Hey everybody, welcome back. Trickle on in. Hey Son of Lava, thanks for redeeming Uwu. Hopefully you're feeling Uwu this weekend. Hey Crackcaster, thanks so much for gifting a sub to let's see, Rail933. Appreciate it, man. Shout outs to you. I wonder if you only have a limited number of units. I'm assuming you do, because I can't deploy anymore once I've already deployed all of them. Hey Omni Stuff, thanks so much for the 30-month resub, man. Welcome back. And finally, that's how I know I'm streaming early enough, because Omni Stuff is able to watch the stream before he goes to sleep. Hey yo, Fanko, welcome back. You can secure Brant and his signature. He's a lot of fun. He also surprisingly does a lot of damage, especially with his charge skill. Every time I use his charge skill, I'm always surprised by how much damage it does. He's the whole package. He didn't even know he could heal himself. I didn't know that either. Since when could Brant heal himself? The lava churls seem really strong. Actually, that second lava churl just kind of sat there doing nothing, so cool, I guess. Also, Masamune, thanks so much for the 51-month resub. Welcome back. How's it going? It's going all right. Excuse me. Just chilling. Had a busy last week, so I'm just taking this weekend to chill out. Excuse me. God, I love having runny noses first thing in the morning. Or it's not really morning anymore, but... Hey, Mr. J. Hey, Goblin Slayer, welcome back over in YouTube chat. I don't know why some of the hilly trolls start attacking this barrier over here, but... Also, no idea why the enemy... no idea why my unit started attacking the structures first instead of the fucking enemies. So that was kind of fucking retarded. What do you think about Crystal of Atlan? I've been getting ads for that game. I don't really know anything about it. All those Sisson flies are doing their thing. Finally, early on time for one of my streams. Hey, Jotwa, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. I mean, today I'm actually doing an early stream for once. Well, early in quotes. Oh, that's hilarious. They still got it done anyway. It only just took them 2 minutes. It looks like the official Crystal of Atlan website calls it a Magic Punk MMORPG. The fuck does that mean? Oh, and MTash made a couple videos on it. Of course he would. Gacha MMORPG. So it's a Tower of Fantasy then. Is that what I'm getting at? Is that it now? Oh, what are these? Oh, it's a fucking mine. I wonder if there's a way for me to defuse the mines. Oh, these guys will just fly over the fucking walls because they can. I guess the Hilly Charles are just gonna have to go through the mines then. Good luck, dudes. Good luck, my dudes. These guys started swarming the robots. That's good, I guess. Will I be trying Ellen after the buffs? Even if she gets buffed, if they don't change how she's played, because my biggest thing with Ellen is that she's very awkward to play for some reason. Because right now Ellen's optimal shit is that you have to constantly double dash. So she goes into her fucking shark lurking form or whatever the fuck they call it. So because once she's in that state where she's double dashing, that's how you can use her her strongest attack, which is her charge attack or whatever, where she kind of winds up and does like a horizontal slash. Like, I'm not exactly a big fan of that, admittedly. Feels really awkward to play when nobody else in the game plays like that. Okay. So you have to go through up through top right, I think. Oh, we don't have to go through top right. We can just go bust. We can try just busting through the bottom right here. Actually, if we have to destroy all the structures, then I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if these two guys can finish a job because they have to go through all the fucking mines first. Seems like most videos are negative, but you don't know why. Just noticed that the game had like 3K viewers on Twitch, so you checked it out, but never got any ads for it. When I searched it up on Google, the Google AI showed me that some influencers or some content creators that I watch, yeah, they couldn't get past the mines. Did like sponsor streams, like Zentreya and Olivia Monroe apparently did some sponsor streams. So I think they sponsored some people, but probably not too many of them. Oh, they just go all the way the fuck around. That's kind of funny. Gotta go to sleep night, folks. Alright, Omni Steph, thanks for hanging out, man, for a little bit. We'll catch you next time. You think higher multipliers will help with Ellen? Well, she'll take whatever she can get. I think it helps that they're giving her an entirely new move, I think. At least I'm pretty sure. Okay, there we go. Let's see if enough of the hilly churl survive this. Looks like it. Smooth gameplay for Ellen is locked behind M2. Oh god. Is that so? Even then other agents are easier to play. Yeah. Hey, Crackcaster, thanks for redeeming comfy vibes. Appreciate it. Hope you're all feeling comfy this weekend. You is a lot comfier in general. Only 5 more days till Peninsula. 5 more days? I thought it was next week, not this week. Maybe it is next week. I don't know. Or maybe it is this week, I should say. We gotta kill all the units. There are some dudes who are inside the palisades. Maybe we deploy these guys? Nah, they get sniped immediately. We'll see what these guys decide to do, or decide to end up doing. Looks like the Ruin Guard's heading over to attack these guys first, but he's doing it alone, so probably won't survive. That, and looks like the Hydra Slime is really resistant to the Ruin Guard's physical attacks. It's next Friday on June 6th. Why is Zenless releasing an update on Friday? The fuck? Let's see, maybe we can do this where the Ruin Guards draw aggro first. So that way what do you call the Hilly Churl mage dudes again? So that these guys can hit him with the range attacks unharassed. Yeah, because these guys do a lot of damage to the Hydra Slimes. Yeah, there we go. Let's play on the weekend. I guess so. I guess that's that's a good idea on their part, yeah. Because June is about when everyone gets out of school too, so I guess I can kind of see. I guess I can see the logic there. It's kind of strange having an update that comes out on Friday when all of our other updates have come out on, Tuesdays or Wednesdays. Playing Wu right now, you're doing the attack holograms in Huanglong. Doesn't even let you instantly restart. You have to manually activate it again. Yeah, attack holograms are some bullshit. Me and my homies fucking hate attack holograms. Hey, Akari, welcome back. Hey, Cornethius, welcome back. You've been hearing rumors of a yearly pass coming to Star Rail. Really interesting. Wonder what if that's true. Then I kind of wonder what they plan to put into the fucking yearly pass. Then, more importantly, how much is that gonna cost though? Because if you buy the monthly pass for a full year, that's basically what, $60, right? Because 5 times 12. So like, it can't be more expensive than that. Ideally, if they're ever going to do if they ever will do a yearly pass like that, then ideally it shouldn't be more than like $50. Shamachurl or something. I think Samachurl, yeah, without the H. Yeah, I think they're called Samachurls. Good one. Or a good catch. Hey, Hannah. Welcome back. Happy Pride Month. Oh, yeah, it's start of Pride Month this month. Ow, fuck. Ellen is roughly going to be about 50% better. I like how you're able to give like a specific percentage, according to like the beta testers and shit like that. I assume. Reason why they're updating on Friday instead of usual because of a certain incident involving a square. Oh God, did Tiananmen Square actually happen on Tuesday? Holy shit. See. Yeah, June 3rd through 4th. Well, that's actually no laughing matter. I shouldn't be laughing about that, but... Actually crazy. Didn't know that Welkin does waste if you don't log in. What, for Genshin? That sucks. Because I think for some of the other Hoyo games, the passes, the monthly passes just give you the gems even if you don't log in. Or at least that's what I've heard. Like maybe for Zenless or even Star Rail or something. So yeah, that really sucks if that's how the Welkin works in Genshin, because I know that there have been a couple of days that I've just completely forgotten to log into Genshin. So yeah, that would mean that I just wasted those gems. They do be avoiding drama. I mean, yes, the fucking CCP. I get it, man. I heard about this one incident, like, what, last year or maybe 2 years ago? Where this Chinese influencer, like, he made a cake or something like that. Like, he baked a cake that looked like a tank. And, I don't think it had anything to do with the Tiananmen Square shit. And yet, the CCP fucking shut down his channel and took him away. And people are like, "What the fuck? What was that? What was that all about?" So as you heard tank, yeah, exactly. Hey, Polashi, how's it going, man? Hope you had a nice weekend. Yeah, same to you too. Oh, this stage looks rough. 2 lava churls and especially the fucking Molotov guys. Oh boy, I think I'm gonna have to have spawn the ruin guards first and then the salmon churls, I think. Yeah, the ruin guards are big enough where they can tank the Molotovs, so that's good. Yeah, the Samatrils do a ton of fucking damage. That's good. Ah, the Molotov guys are going after some of my Sallies, my Samatrils. It's okay though. This event is Clash of Clans, right? It seems like it. I've never played Clash of Clans myself before, so I don't know if the comparison is accurate or not, but why is Changli from Wuwa considered hard to play? She gets interrupted really easily, unfortunately. Maybe you can fix that with a certain resonance chain level where you get more copies of her and eventually she'll gain interruption resistance. But at S0 Changli gets interrupted very easily. But that's just how most characters are. Camellia also gets interrupted very easily, though not as easily, I think. Just doing Chang-Li's rotations and shit, like, those are easy. But it's dealing with enemies that attack you a lot, that makes using Chang-Li kind of rough. Like, it's really only a problem in whenever you're doing attack holograms. In TOA, well, sometimes in TOA, but in TOA, usually the bosses aren't absolute fucking bitches. Well, sometimes, like last year, like when I first started doing TOA seriously, they used to be, but these days, not so much anymore. But in my opinion, Chang-Li is considered hard to play because it's really easy for her to get interrupted. And her getting interrupted is catastrophic because Chang-Li's game plan is to build heavy attack stacks. So that way when she uses her heavy attack, she does her like charge up explosion nuke attack. And that's some of her best damage that she has. That plus her ultimate, I think. So if she gets interrupted doing anything that would give her a heavy attack stack, that is really bad, because that just slows down her her DPS all that much more. Like, even having a shield doesn't help her, I don't think, because unlike in Genshin, even if your character has a shield in Wuwa, if they get hit by an attack that's strong enough, even if they don't lose any health, because their shield is protecting them, they still get interrupted / launched anyway. And that's much different from Genshin, where as long as you have a shield, you can get hit by any attack, and as long as the shield's still there, you don't get launched, or you don't get like knocked back or anything. Join in. We're talking about Tiananmen Square. Great start. Yeah, because I was wondering why Zenless's update was on a random ass Friday instead of the usual time, and then somebody pointed out in my Twitch chat that, oh yeah, it's because they want to avoid the whole Tiananmen Square shit. I was like, really? It's like when did it happen? And sure enough, the Tiananmen Square massacre anniversary is this Tuesday / Wednesday. So I'm just like, oh, that's why then. Makes sense. That's crazy, yeah. This event is bad. Both the events are bad. It's like Clash of Clans, but the targeting is somehow so much worse. I mean, it's Genshin, so what'd you expect? It's Genshin, alright. Chang'Li's S1 is the one that gives her interruption res? Well, fuck me. How convenient. Ooh, this one looks rough too. 3 fucking lava trolls? Let's see. Can these guys hit the lava trolls? Yeah, the lava trolls can't do shit against the flyers. So that's really good. Let's see. But the robots are considered anti-air, unfortunately. Excuse me. Let's see, the Hilichurl should be able to take care of the robots, so they can just swarm him. But let's see how much they do against how they fare against the lava troll. The Hilichurl's gonna get one shot. Targeting his ass. So I think here what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to use these two first, take out this guy, and then try to swarm the robot first and kill him off before before deploying the other flyers here. So their job's done. The trolls swarm the this guy. Well, I was gonna say they would, but actually, will these guys do any damage to this one? Okay, yeah, they will. Okay, now they can just take their sweet ass time with that. Also, Lupa's best team is said to be Chang'Li and Brant. Really? What is this, a fucking Havoc team with Rosia, Cantarella, and Camellia or some shit? Or what the hell am I looking at? Never happened. Minus 1,000 social credits. Yeah, I don't really care at this point. My social credits down in the fucking negative millions by this point. What is it, coordinate attack or coordinate attack in WoW? Think of it as off-field attacks, pretty much. So characters like Zeji, I think Yinlin is also technically a coordinated attacker. They're considered coordinated attacks. And why do Carlotta and Jinshi need coordinated attackers as support? I don't know if they need to, but I use Zeji with both Carlotta and Jinshi a lot of the time, so Zeji's a great support for both of those characters, because not only is she a coordinated attacker with her ultimate, but her outro buffs skill damage, and both Jinshi and Carlotta are skill damage, so. Chandler requires a lot of quick swap for it to compensate for her her long ass animations. Really? Her animation length never really bothered me. It's more that she gets interrupted really easily that bothers me more, to be honest. Oh boy, either we deal with freeze mines or we deal with an actual fucking mine. I'm assuming the Molotov guys can hit air. Yeah, they can hit air. Man, they all get one shot immediately. St. Tons is attacking FGO fans today was funny. Oh, he's trying to pick on FGO now too, huh? Fucking retard. Out of morbid curiosity, what did he say? I don't know if you know the specifics, but what's a little rat like him doing, poking the fucking gods of the gacha scene? Lupus fusion and triple fusion, yeah, which is kind of funny to think about. How many gems is her skin gonna cost? Like 3,200. Well, Jinshi's was like fucking 2,000, like 2,500 or something like that, right? It'll probably go for the same, to be honest. He watched a story critic about Wuwa. Are you talking about Psyche's video? St. Todd has already watched Psyche's video, unless he watched another video. But I don't know about that second one. Gonna experience the new ZZ Zenless region together on stream on Friday. Well, if they're gonna release it on Friday, then yeah, I guess so. I guess that's what we're gonna be doing on Friday then. Do I have Shorekeeper signature? Yes, I do. What is this? It's like some sort of like Clash of Clans knockoff event, I think. Maybe we deploy the Ruin Guard here first, have him tank. Yeah, the mine did some damage, but not too much, I don't think. Let's see how much damage that does. It didn't really do that much damage. Samatrails did their job, I think. Citizen flies don't do a lot of damage though. And we still have these guys to deal with. This one pushed this guy all the way over. That's funny. Am I going to Anime Expo this year? No, I don't plan to. No plans for now. What is that quick swap playstyle? How can you do it yourself? I believe quick swapping involves you swapping back and forth from character to character. Like, so you start with, hey, Arlos, thanks so much for the 4-month Twitch Prime resub, man. Appreciate it. Shout out Steven. Welcome back. But I believe it's something like you swap from, so let's say you have a global support like Shorekeeper, right? And you have a sub DPS who buffs one other character, like, say, Brant, for example, since we're using Chun-Li as an example here. What you would do, I believe how it works, is you start with Shorekeeper point, and then you, as soon as she's charged up her Forte gauge, or, no, well, Forte gauge? Concerto? Forte, I think. You swap, instead of swapping to Brant, you swap to Chun-Li first. So that Chun-Li gets whatever Shorekeeper's buff is. Well, then again, is that even necessary? I think Shorekeeper's outro skill busts the entire team, so that's probably not even necessary. So I guess you would take, like, what? 2 sub DPSs that only buff one character? So you would start with one character, swap as soon as their Forte gauge is full, swap to Chun-Li, then immediately swap back to, swap off Chun-Li, swap to your second character, charge up their Forte gauge, and then swap, once that's full, swap to immediately Chun-Li so that Chun-Li has both buffs. I don't know if characters who receive a Forte buff from one character still keep that buff and the duration doesn't count down if you swap off them, but I'm assuming they do. Oh, that's shitty. The Molotov guys can still attack enemies that are frozen like that. Oh, forgot to deploy one more system flag, a squad. Tecta and St. Todd's need to stay the fuck away from FGO. I mean, we don't have to worry about them actually ever playing the game, so we don't have to worry about that, but yeah, them just talking shit on it for no apparent reason. Also, Haviland, thanks for gifting a sub to Chaos Within. Thanks so much for that, man. Appreciate it. Saint insulted a viewer thinking that he's thinking with his penis rather than his brain. Viewer had Changli, Yinlin, and Cantarella on their account. What's your take? Well, gacha games are all about thinking with your dick, so I don't see the problem with that. The only time that becomes a problem is if you try to talk about meta and shit like that, and you only pull for waifus, in which case, well, yeah, then you can go fuck yourself. But assuming that's not the case, and assuming the dude was just pulling for whoever he wanted, and he doesn't really mind, like, the whole meta bullshit, or it could even just be as innocent as, like, oh, like, you know, oh, like, I just want to be able to do endgame stuff with just waifus, which, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure you can do it as long as you know, you get good enough. Right? Like, I still remember watching Poki's video about power creep earlier this year, and where Poki was talking about how, like, you know, if you're gonna talk about power creep and shit like that, then, you know, maybe don't fucking roll just waifus, right? maybe actually know what the fuck you're talking about first. And I actually would agree with him on that one. I think I even said so myself in my own critique of his whole power creep video. But if it's not anything like that, and Saint Tondas just randomly fucking lash out at a viewer saying that, oh, you're thinking with your dick, it's like, well, bro, not like Saint Tondas is really doing anything much better. At least that dude is staying true to himself, thinking with his dick, whereas Saint Tondas out here pretends he has a brain by attacking all these fucking different gacha games. The dude thinking with his dick is probably bigger than Saint Tondas' brain at that point. So what the fuck is Saint Tondas even fucking talking about? Oh, fuck. There is shit to talk about FGO. Well, yeah, of course there is. But Saint Tondas was talking shit on its story specifically. And I'm sorry, a Wuwa fanboy and agenda pusher talking shit on the best gacha story on the market? I'm sorry, that's not gonna fly. This is the video you're talking about? Let's see. Oh, it's by the noob. Okay, it's by a different, it's by a different guy, or it's a different video. It's not Psyche's video. Oh yeah, you can tell that the Saint Tontas fucking rat army is coming out in full force, because if you look at the most recent, if you filter his comments by newest first, yeah. Maybe I'll watch it myself later, but then if I do that, though, I'm gonna have to watch Psyche's video, where he was talking about Wuwa's story writing as well. Oh, quick swapping is just switching characters before, as soon as their, the animation for one of their attacks starts. Is that all that is? Oh, I was overthinking it then. One was saying dissing on FGO's story. Apparently earlier today, I guess. What's YTP? YTP. Is that referring to that old ass YouTube poop video series, or back in the day when people just made these random ass videos? They were called YouTube poops back then. It's like 2008 humor. I feel like YouTube poops would be great for Zoomers, because Zoomer humor is very non sequitur, I think. Hey, yo, Ivan, how's it going, man? You think FGO's story at the start was ass, but when it picks up, the story gets pretty damn good? Well, yeah, the first 5 stories are... Well, the first couple of stories, with maybe the exception of the prologue, are kind of whatever. Hey, UI. Mario, look what I found. Complain about story and gotchas like complaining about a cheeseburger meal at a Mexican restaurant? Well, I don't quite agree with that. I think that gacha story is very integral to a gacha experience. There's a reason why Hoyo especially focuses on their story so goddamn much. Casuals like reading story. For casual players, story is a big part of the experience. So ideally, your story should be as good as it can be, but... So, personally, I don't know about that analogy. I think this is a better analogy. I think a better analogy is complaining about a story in gacha is sort of like you go into a, I don't know, you go into like a maybe not like a fucking Michelin starred restaurant, but like, you know, a decent higher end restaurant where, you know, there's like a dress code and shit. You gotta dress up and stuff. And then the critics are gacha players who just barge in with no fucking table manners, and, you know, they're just coming in all casual and shit, no dress code whatsoever, and they start bitching about how shit the food is. Like, most gacha players are not good critiques of story at all. I mean, most people in general, especially anime watchers, or especially anime fans and weebs, are not exactly great judges of story. At least not your average gacha player or your average anime watcher. For the most part, all they care about are memes. Because, you know, internet humor. But I'm a story skipper. Oh, I physically ran out of time. That's funny. But you're a story skipper too? Yeah, but I don't want to. I would read all the stories of all my gacha games if I had the time. Unfortunately, I simply don't. Playing 13 different gacha games has to come with a sacrifice of some kind. And besides, I've already read the best story in the gacha industry, so it's like, when you start with the best, everything else seems like shit in comparison, you know? Unfortunately, for better or for worse, FGO kind of spoiled me on what to expect out of a good story. So like, other gacha games can have really good stories of their own, and you know, credit where credit is due, of course. But like, am I gonna find a good fucking story from a Chinese gacha game? Hell no. unless that Chinese game is called Arknights. You're earlier than usual. Yeah, managed to get up. Managed to actually get up on time, quote unquote, on time. Don't know if this is a hot take, but Zenless is the best story out of all your games. No, it's not a hot take. That's I would agree with that. Reason why Zenless has the best story is because, one, it actually has a fucking skip button. Two, it doesn't waste your fucking time like as much as the other two games do. And three, Zenless actually its setting is the most relatable. And so it's much easier to write a more compelling story with Zenless because it actually takes place in the sort of modern day setting, you know? It's just modern day, except you have some weird, weird magic, ethereal bullshit going on. And it's just, how people are dealing with that shit. So, the more relatable nature of Zenless' story and setting make it a lot easier for the devs to write a more compelling story. A more down-to-earth story, in other words. Because, like, Genshin's story is obviously, like, MiHoYo's version of high fantasy or whatever the fuck. On a different fucking world with magic and bullshit like that. Very clearly, fantastical in setting. Star Rail is some goddamn like super far future bullshit where it's like totally incomprehensible to us. And like you have these fucking, galactic gods and goddesses running around doing who knows what. The Aeon shit. It's like, okay, all this fucking, super ethereal / surreal shit that, just goes right over my fucking head for the most part. I don't give a shit about them. Star Rail players especially are big fans of Star Rail's story, especially the girls. I mean, if they enjoy it, then that's great on them. But my guess is that they just watch the big flashy cinematic scenes and they just clap their hands and be like, "Oh my god, absolute cinema!" So I mean, WoW players are not that different either. So. Isn't best story a subjective thing? You never looked at that. You never were locked in that hard into Zenless story like you were in Star Rail. Stories can be subjective, but even for subjective things, there can be some objectivity to them. Evelyn, thanks so much for gifting us up to Polashi. Thanks so much for the gifted sub, bro. I think that's your second one today. Appreciate it, man. Shoutouts. Even if stories are like how much you like a story is subjective, there are certain things about story writing that you can judge on a more objective basis. Right? That's how some stories are better than others, because of the skill that went into writing them in the first place. Like, Nasu is an infinitely better writer than fucking Xiaoji or anyone else that the Chinese gachas employ to write their stories. So, of course you're going to end up with a better story in FGO than in, you know, Star Rail. Not to mention, obviously, Chinese gachas are super fucking scuffed when it comes to what they can write about because, you know, CCP and other political bullshit, so. Like in Amphoria's story, it's like, oh, these characters are trying to fight against gods. Okay, well, yeah, that's obvious. It's like, it's obvious that the humans are gonna win at the end. In case you don't know why, the CCP, one of their mottos is that humans will always prevail over nature, and they're technically super atheistic. Though, ironically, a lot of CCP officials are sometimes Buddhist. Or, you know, they have religious beliefs. But the official CCP standing, or their position is that, on religion anyway, is that they're supposed to be super atheistic, and that they believe that humans will always prevail over nature. So as soon as I saw Amphoria's story being like, oh, humans versus gods or something, some shit like that, it's like, okay, yeah, then obviously humans are supposed to win. So, you know, Chinese gacha stories are pretty predictable. Are pretty predictable in that sense. Also, have you ever noticed that in Chinese gacha stories, whenever you have a region that's supposed to represent China, so Liyue in Genshin, Shenzhou in Star Rail, I mean even the fucking Waifei Peninsula coming up in Zenless, that'll most likely be the same way, and Jinzhou in Wuwa. It's always about those Chinese regions versus like an external threat. That's how it was in Liyue, that's how it was in Shenzhou, and then that's how it was in Jinzhou. It's quite literally, anytime you have a Chinese gacha story that involves like a Chinese people, like a Chinese inspired people or region, it's quite literally always China versus the world, that sort of thing, and then China comes out on top. And like, not even that, right? In Chinese gachas, especially in Wuwa and more recently Genshin, right? Because who was it? Escoffier's companion quest or story quest is fresh on my mind. I'm getting a call, scam call. And then what is it? Rinasita obviously is recent too. In both those games, right, you have stories, if they take place in other regions that are not China, or whatever the Chinese equivalent of the regions are in those games, they are free to make stories about how, oh, there are traitors in our midst, and like, you know, oh, some Fontanians are fucking assholes, or like there's like some sinister ulterior motives going on in Rinasita where some people are trying to, you know, go against the state or whatever the fuck, right? But you never see that in Chinese stories. Most everybody, you can have some Chinese assholes, but they're usually not that bad. But you'll never find a story in like a Chinese region that deals with, you know, oh, like, we have a traitor in our midst, or like you have some Chinese characters who are very, very clearly like not very kosher, right? They're not very savory characters. No, for the most part, most if not all Chinese characters in Chinese gacha games are depicted as like, oh, the good guys, that type of thing. So it's like, when it comes to story, it's like stories are very predictable because of that, you know? Shit like that, basically. It's a big part of the reason why I don't take Chinese gacha stories seriously. Because, Chinese gachas are, just like everything else in Chinese society, is strictly controlled by what the CCP wants. And if anybody tries to do anything different, then you're eventually gonna have some little pink come out and say, this story is insulting my national pride. I'm going to call the CCP. And most people and companies alike don't want to deal with that shit, so they just don't even bother. The robots are anti-air, I think, so maybe we can breach through the lower left here. How long is this gonna fucking take? Because it's cryo versus cryo. Actually, no, they do quite a bit of damage, actually. I wonder if the hydro slimes are considered anti-air. Let's see. Oh, they're not. Cool. That's actually really lovely then. Yeah, now that's now the robots lock onto them. Yeah, they do a ton of damage. Holy shit. So they go poof. The robots started attacking them when they were about here, so their range probably looks like this. I don't think I can send these guys over there for now, because the robot here will just target them down. So in that case, let's see. They can have them breach through like this. I wonder what the this guy will do. I guess we can deploy another one of these fire guys up here. Okay, robots engaged, so we'll wait for the Hydro Mimic to die real quick, and then we'll spawn that guy. Okay, yeah, so the Molotov guy died. Funnily enough, the Lalatril isn't aggroing onto anybody. Well, now it is, but... There we go. Cool. Anybody play Blue Archive? Yeah. I play Blue Archive. Wondering if any of the units on banner are worth summoning. Not right now. At least I don't think so. Who's on raid up right now? Okay, we're done with everything. At the moment, I don't think we have any characters that are on raid up that are worth pulling. I could actually open Blue Archive just to make sure, because I think our banners rotated last week. They might rotate again tomorrow, but I'll have that loading off on the side. Confrontation Center. What the fuck? There's an entire separate section of this? Where is it? From a game dev, players are really good at diagnosing problems with dog shit at providing prescriptions or solutions. Well, yeah, but that just describes people in general. It's super easy for anybody to talk shit or point out something that they don't like, but when you ask them to, oh, okay, it's this game mode right here. Oh, this is the fucking PvP mode, isn't it? Ew. But yeah, that's just most people in general. Most people, for most people, it's so much easier for them to talk shit on something, or like they play something or watch something, and then they point out the problems that they have with it. But yeah, most people don't know how to come up with solutions because that actually requires thinking. Even Arknights has that? Yeah, of course. Even Arknights has that, and Arknights I consider to have a better story than most gacha, Chinese gachas. You can write better than professionals. It doesn't have any student. It doesn't have to do anything with you being a better writer than them or not. You don't have to be a good writer yourself to understand what makes a good story. Your take is that Avengers doesn't have too deep of a story and still entertains Avengers Endgame and shit. Yeah, but imagine how much better of a movie it would have been if it actually had a good story. And since you mentioned the whole oh, like, you know, these gacha games, they still have people who do it to make bread on, like, on the level of earning money. So if they have people who write stories for a fucking living, then you would expect them to actually know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to writing stories, no? And yet when you look at our current Hollywood, when you look at how Hollywood is these days, or just video games in general, right? Not even gacha games, just video games in general, like, would it be a stretch to say that most movies and most video games just don't have that great of stories? And yet the people who write those stories are somehow considered professional writers? So I don't know. If you're saying that, you know, oh, there are people who make money off of make a living out of writing stories, and clearly they shouldn't be. I don't know if that was your exact argument or whatnot. Maybe I'm just misconstruing it here, but on Gacha, people expect Oscar level stories. Well, not really Oscar level, but at least a story that's actually somewhat good. Oh, forgot to boot up Blue Archive here. Girls who read Star Rail story often girls who read books. I mean, I don't know why we're singling out girls here. I think you can just say people in general, right? You think most people overhate Hoyo stories? If you're talking about if that's a subtle jab at me, I don't hate just Genshin story. I hate all Chinese gacha stories for the most part. Well, except for Arknights, I guess. And like what, maybe Reverse? I heard Reverse has a pretty good story. I think hate is a strong word. I would say personally for me, I don't really give a shit about it. And I have my reasons to not really care. Could you explain why people said to you Panakini is terrible and Star Rail 2, but you played them and enjoyed them? Well, if you like them, that's fine. Just because other people don't like them doesn't mean that you don't have to like you have to not like them yourself. If you enjoy Genshin or Star Rail or Zenless or Wuwa story, and more power to you, man. I'm not. Whenever I say I don't like Chinese gacha stories, that doesn't mean that I'm not. I don't intend that as a direct attack on you. You're starting to sound like a fucking Wuthering Waves content creator, student. Try not to be so defensive about whenever people talk shit on gacha stories, man. Not you? You aren't a fan of gacha stories in general? I don't know about that, man. If I wasn't a fan of gacha stories, why did you sit here? Why did I sit here and say that gacha stories are integral to the experience of gacha players? Didn't you know, Mr. Streamer, if a content creator doesn't like something, that viewer is obligated to also not like it? Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Saint Tontus for a second. Let's see. By the way, Decadenza, the characters we have on Raid Up are... Let's see, we have Megu, Iori... is that Ichika? Yeah, I think that's Ichika. And, the fucking train bomb lolly. Iori is the best one out of these four by far. Iori's really good. Iori is our best yellow character until you can roll for Mika, and who knows when that'll be. If you want to roll now, then I would say buy the 3-star selective recruitment, because that's a guaranteed. That's basically a GSSR ticket, or that's basically a 3-star ticket, a guaranteed 3-star ticket, but it's random. Buy that one first, roll it, see who you get, and if you don't get Iori, roll for Iori, because Iori is really good. She's farmable though, yeah, but good luck spending 6 months farming all of her fucking shards, if that's what you want to do. The whole, but they're farmable argument is dog shit, in my opinion. Oh yeah, they're free, yeah. In exchange for 6 months of fucking grinding, sure. If you want to fucking sit through that shit, then yeah, go ahead, be my fucking guest. If Tecton was glazing Panacony and Natlan store, everyone would be head over heels on YouTube. Well, because he has a large influence, and yeah, he just tells his viewers what to think, so yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Anyways, let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'll probably take a little bit, too. So, enjoy, Scofier.
オーケストラの新作アルバム出てないかしら。料理するときは音楽をいろいろと変えてみるの。インスピレーションが湧いてバリエーション豊かな料理が作れるから。食材に調味料がちゃんと染み込んでいるかどうかは多くの料理の要よ。だから料理人の包丁さばきは正確でないといけないの。外科手術レベルの正確さが望ましいけれど、とにかく練習を重ねておいて損はないわ。オーケストラの新作アルバム出てないかしら。料理するときは音楽をいろいろと変えてみるの。インスピレーションが湧いてバリエーション豊かな料理が作れるから。 よく見る材料の中にも意外な風味が隠れていることがあるのよ。味覚と嗅覚、思考を十分に鍛えて初めてそれを見出せるの。オーケストラの新作アルバム出てないかしら。料理するときは音楽をいろいろと変えてみるの。インスピレーションが湧いてバリエーション豊かな料理が作れるから。食材に調味料がちゃんと染み込んでいるかどうかは多くの料理の要よ。だから料理人の包丁さばきは正確でないといけないの。外科手術レベルの正確さが望ましいけれど、とにかく練習を重ねておいて損はないわ。オーケストラの新作アルバム出てないかしら。料理するときは音楽をいろいろと変えてみるの。インスピレーションが湧いてバリエーション豊かな料理が作れるから。
Okay, I'm back. Oh, we got a new guy in YouTube chat. Oh, what's going on, Virgil? Hey, yo, Nightmare. What's going on, man? Hanging out in YouTube chat today, I see.
食材に調味料がちゃんと染み込んでいるかどうかは多くの料理の要よ。だから料理人の包丁さばきは正確でないといけないの。外科手術レベルの正確さが望ましいけれど、とにかく練習を重ねておいて損はないわ。
Won't ever forget when Wowa, won't never forget when Wuwa apologized for their alpha anniversary and they were like, "Oh my God, no, it's all right. We love our multi-million-dollar company." I mean, to be fair, it's not like they had to do that. So, whatever sort of apology bullshit that they were gonna give us is like, well, we'll take it, but yeah, companies aren't your friends. So people acting like, you know, oh my God, we love Kuro. It's like, yeah, I'm not one of those people. Like, you know, give credit where credit is due if a company does something good, and talk shit on them if they don't, right? But yeah, a lot of this blind fucking fanboyism. Doesn't exactly help anyone. Isn't Kuro under Tencent? Yes, Tencent officially owns half of Kuro. Or roughly that amount. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, that's right, I need to do the PvP mode. What were the rewards for this game mode anyway? Oh, just obtain score. Okay. Offensive lineup? I don't know. Can I just take one of each? Sure, whatever. Can only initiate after confirming what? Your offensive and defensive line? Why'd I have to go into a... Oh, it's because you have to set up your fucking... You have to set up this thing. Do I have to deploy these things? Sure, why not? I don't care. Let's see. The robots are good anti-air, I believe. Man, their range is huge. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4. Swap them out. Oh, maximum number of units deployed. Oh, shit. Sure, whatever. Don't really care. You'd imagine they would buff more characters since Zenless devs say their game is similar to fighting games. Still a gacha game at the end of the day. That and just because, what is it? They're based off of fighting games doesn't mean that, oh, they're more prone to buffing their old characters compared to, you know, others. Let's see. How do I want to approach this? Flyers. Right here. Man, the Hydra Slimes have really long range. Wasn't expecting that. Whee. They own like 51% of Kuro games? Yeah, then there you go then. The Hydra Slime is taking its sweet ass time killing the lava troll, not lava troll, but the lava guy. I think it'll still eventually kill him though. How much score do I get from that? Or are we just gonna switch sides? Is that how that is that how this works? Oh no, it's just I guess you just either get into a what is it? A higher or a lower one. Victories will raise your star rating while defeats will lower it. Wait, so you have to win battles in order to gain score? That's so fucking shitty, man. If it was based on Clash of Clans? Well, yeah, but I've never played Clash of Clans myself before. Why does your account constantly feel like it's bricked unless you have every character C2? I've been having to only roll C0 characters since like 2 years ago. Let's see. This guy has no anti-air, I think. Because I don't think the what are these guys called again? These guys can't hit air. Nothing here hits air, I think, which is hilarious. So, I guess a bit of a design flaw on his end. Oh, well, I guess winning a fight gives you so much score anyway that if you just win like 3 games, I guess you're good. I got like 3,200 score? I thought I only got 2,000. Whatever. Hey yo, Max, welcome back. Let's see. I believe the Molotov guys are also anti-air. And the Molotov guy went after the Sissons first. Why did the opponent just leave? It's kind of funny. I think he's gonna win too, cause the Molotov guy alone can probably solo the rest of this. Can solo the rest here. We'll see how tanky the Cryo Spectre is, though. Whoa, the Cryo Spectre just one-shots the Molotov guy? I did not know that. Well, I guess there was a reason why he left then, huh? Never forget the time where you got death threats from a Wuwa fanboy, or fanboys, plural, in comments just because you said that some characters were too gooner. Well, yeah, not exactly surprising. But then again, you'll get death threats from any fucking retarded gacha fanboy or fangirl if you say something that they don't like. Not just Wuwa fanboys and fangirls, to be fair, but at the same time, not exactly surprising. Okay, yeah. That was pretty easy then. Thought it would be a lot worse than that. Okay, now we go do whatever the fuck this is. Oh, this is a combat event. Cool. This is something that I'll actually enjoy, maybe. Perhaps. Xenos update will be hype. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be good. More flyers, one tank, fire heli trail, and shamans are used to attack. Yeah, those those characters or like those pieces seem like they're really good. Yeah. Because like it's actually kind of rough dealing with anti-air, I think, or air units. Because like for anti-air you need to have what, like the robots. The Molotov guys feel like they're the best unit in the game, personally, because they have good range. They attack both ground and air, and their splash damage too. The only thing that's bad about them is that they're pretty squishy, I think, and they don't attack particularly fast. But like, if you try sending Sisson flies against them on their own, then the Molotov guys will just one-shot them, all at the same time, which is pretty good. You'll be RB. Alright, Deca. Did you hear about Paimon's VA? Yeah, I heard. I know that everyone's all cheering and shit that she's not Paimon's voice anymore, but I know that she's been heavily involved in that fucking SAG-AFTRA, whatever the fuck that shit is called, shit. However, just speaking from one human to another, as somebody who's lost his job like twice, I think. Well, you know, hopefully she finds another role to support herself with. I mean, I'm sure she doesn't have to worry about money, but you know, hopefully she can continue to pursue her VA career. Hopefully next time without fucking leaning into the whole fucking SAG-AFTRA shit. But yeah, I don't really use English voices in Genshin or just any of my gachas in general, with the one exception being Arknights, I guess. But so yeah, that Paimon's English VA no longer doing Paimon now is whatever for me, but like I don't really care, so I don't have any personal stake in it, but you know.
だから料理人の包丁さばきは正確でないといけないの。
It is what it is, I guess.
正確さが望ましいけれど、とにかく練習を重ねておいて損はないわ。
Thing is, she wasn't even respecting the strike. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, definitely people are going, I'm sure people are going overboard talking shit on her, but, you know, that's the internet for you. I'm not saying that, you know, people should be doing that, they shouldn't, but it's like, with the way she's been behaving, apparently, it's like, well, what did you expect, right? Because I believe that, the Star Rail English VAs for Stell and Kylus also are no longer their voices, right? I'm assuming they also had something to do with the whole SAG-AFTRA shit. She's lost her job, so you bet Techi's gonna take credit for it. Well, it's funny that you mention that because Tectone apparently, from what I've seen, Tectone made a tweet saying that if Paimon's English VA loses her job, or like if she stops being the voice for Paimon, then he's going to play through Natlan's story, and well, now he has to honor that, I guess. So actually, in this specific case, it's kind of funny because it's kind of actually backfiring on him. But I'm sure he doesn't really care. It's Tectone. He doesn't have to honor his own promise. You think a fucking rat like him will ever honor his own promises? I mean, he might. We'll see. But personally, I don't give a shit if he plays Genshin or not. Because even if he does honor his promise of like, oh, I'm gonna play through Natlan's story if Paimon's English VA loses her job, even if he does honor that, and he actually does take some time to, you know, play through Natlan's story, one, he's either not going to finish it, or two, even if he does, you know for a damn fact he's just going to keep bitching and bitching and bitching and complaining the entire way through. So it's like, do you really want him to play through Genshin's story? I don't know, man. He misses Genshin, but he wants to act like he doesn't. And I don't know about that one, man. Tectone doesn't exactly strike me as the kind of dude who's like that. The only reason why I would believe that is because if he makes Genshin content, that brings him a whole shit ton of views. But if views is what he's after, and he most likely is, why does he care about Genshin? He can get all that shit. He can get all the same amount of views just from fucking glazing Wuwa content all day. Having a VA job in the West is really hard unless you find like a really good company, or if you're a really good one, or if you're like Monarch where you supplement your VA career with VTubing, yeah. But I mean that's just kind of like any other job in the entertainment industry, to be honest. Let's say Techie does actually love Genshin secretly. In secret, though, could he 180 into, guys, I actually like Genshin. technically he can, because remember, Tectone's viewers, they don't watch him for gacha content. They watch him for drama. Ultimately, in my opinion, his core viewership or his core audience don't really give a fuck what he covers, as long as he covers drama. And they watch him fucking react to shit and be a fucking idiot. That's what they like. Though, to be fair, with how deep he's gone into the whole woo agenda pushing himself, some of them at least will be like, well, wait a minute, you just spent all this time bashing on Genshin, now you're all of a sudden you're coming out of the fucking closet because it's Pride Month this month, and you're like, oh no guys, I actually really like Genshin all this time. Some of them will be like, well, what the fuck? And some of them will be like, yeah, you're a fucking snake. But I would still say that if he wanted to pivot back to Genshin for whatever reason, he has that option, at the cost of sacrificing some of his viewers. But like, it shouldn't be enough where it like profoundly affects his viewership or anything. I think Tectone does have that option, to be fair.
よく見る材料の中にも意外な風味が隠れていることがあるのよ。味覚と嗅覚、思考を十分に鍛えて初めて
He has to be paid big money just to enjoy it? Well, yeah. Duh. It's all about the views, it's all about the money. You used to like watching his content? You mean Tectone? You like watching his summons? Well, that's normal. That's completely normal, man. People love watching gacha rolls, especially if the guy doing it is getting fucked over. Yeah. No, no, I don't think you're worried if you just like watching his gacha pull content. That's just what most people like watching when it comes to gacha stuff. Especially back in the day. It would be the biggest plot twist if Tectone broke down in tears, saying he actually loves Genshin the whole time, felt like he needed to act that way. Yeah, especially if on the off chance that when we get the 6.0 client version, we get Nod Cry, and turns out Nod Cry is actually fucking amazing. Yeah. If for whatever reason the whole like gacha zeitgeist turns back into Genshin's favor, though it would have to include Wuwa like fucking up royally as well. Like they would have to have like a series of incidents kind of similar to their whole anniversary drama, or similar problems like that. And I don't see that really happening. It might happen again, but not like a whole series of problems. Like they can fuck up once every once in a while, and you know players are willing to like sweep it under the rug and pretend it didn't happen, like they did with the anniversary shit. But it would have to, like we would need to see like a series of problems that they keep making before people are like, you know, oh, maybe Genshin actually is better, perhaps. Excuse me.
料理するときは音楽をいろいろと変えてみるの。インスピレーションが湧いてバリエーション豊かな料理が作れるから。
You love watching that shit? Yeah, Deca. Yeah, I mean, you're watching a content creator who has the audacity to say that, you know, oh, you can enjoy both WoW and Genshin at the same time. So yeah, like along a similar logic or train of thought or train of logic, I guess. It's fine if you like watching Tectone. Like I don't have anything against you if you enjoy watching Tectone. Just all I ask of you is to recognize that Tectone is a fucking rat, and that not everything he says is said with, you know, is said 100% genuinely. You know, more like maybe only like 20%. But if there's like certain content that you like watching from a content creator who you otherwise wouldn't watch normally, then, and if you have your reasons for it, then yeah, that's fine. What am I, the fucking CCP, where I'm gonna censor your internet just because you're watching somebody that I don't want you to watch? Oh, you have to use who is it? Varesa in both halves? That's kind of funny. So second half you want to use overload? That's interesting. First half you want to use plunge? Well, okay. Well, if that's the case. Let's see, where's Eon-san? There she is. Plunge. I wonder what reactions would be good here. Nahida, maybe? This is gonna be kind of funny. Recommended elements. Oh, they want me to bring a Hydro character? Oh, Yelan it is then, I guess. Actually, I think I'll do Yelan second and then Shenyun Anchor. Though, to be fair, I don't know how this rotation is going to go. I think I would have to use, what? Eon-san, then Shenyun. Actually, Yelan... Eon-san, Shenyun, Yelan, then Varesa, I think. The second half would be, what, Overload? So we're going to have to bring double Pyro. Let's see. Varesa, Raiden. This is going to be kind of weird not bringing Bennett, but I guess we could do this. Cannot start the challenge while in co-op mode. What the f... Excuse me? Why the fuck am I still in co-op mode? Stupid fucking event. At least it saved my teams, though. So long we'll literally have to spit in their faces, and some of them will thank him for it too. Some of them would love it Solon were to fucking spit in their fucking faces, to be honest with you. Will probably flop after new gacha games come out. Well, I disagree with that. I think Wuwa has managed to carve a niche out for itself. I think Wuwa has, I think enough people have gone feral for Wuwa to the point where when we get new gacha games coming out this year and next year too, I think Wuwa will still do just fine. Maybe they won't do as well now once we start getting a lot more of our big heavy hitters like Enfield and Ananta and NTE and other games like that. Maybe it won't do as well, but I think they'll still be okay. I don't think Wuwa will like completely fucking flop. I think they've done a good enough job where they don't have to worry about that anymore. I certainly wouldn't want Wuwa to flop either, considering I fucking play the game. So, I think they'll be fine. The bigger issue I have is that when new gacha games come out, the Wuwa fanboys will now have new targets to attack. Because for the moment, I talked about this many times before, quite a few times before, and it's something that I'll discuss in my next big video that I'm currently working on, which again probably won't come out until next week. Right now, Wuwa and the Hoyo games are our only big production gachas, right? You got Hoyo, you got Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless, and Wuwa as like the big four, right? There are obviously other gacha games out there too that are quite popular, but for now, in my view, those are like the big four that people love talking about, especially on social media. At the moment, the WUA fanboys, a lot of them aren't necessarily fans of the game itself, but rather they just fucking hate Hoyo for, whatever their own reasons are. And that's like the primary reason why they've latched onto WUA like they're fucking parasites. So that's why right now you have a lot of friction between WUA and Hoyo players, is because, to the WUA players, Hoyo is like the big obvious target, right? The Hoyo is the big guy in town, and so they're the easiest to pick on, that sort of thing. My concern, personally, is that when we start getting more gacha games coming out, right? More big production gachas coming out that we know of, like Silver Palace is the newest one, I think. Silver Palace, Ananta, Enfield, NTE, Azure Premilia, all of the big production gachas that we've all heard, we've seen the trailers for over the past year or so. And among others that we don't even know about at the moment, they're still in production, right? And they've yet to be announced. Once we start getting those games, my concern is that the WUA players will have new targets of opportunity that they can go after now. Because all of a sudden, it's no longer just Hoyo that they have to compete with. Now they have to compete with the new boys in town, or the new gachas in town, right? And so, remember, these guys are agenda pushers. If they're not clout chasers, because if they're clout chasers, they'll just leave WUA immediately to go play these other new gacha games, right? But if they're ride or die WUA fanboys, right? If they're the true agenda pushers, then obviously they're not going to leave WUA even if new games come out, to their credit. But since they're pushing an agenda, right, and their agenda being, WUA is the best gacha game out there, when they see these new gacha games come out, they will see them as targets too, or they will see them as threats to WUA's prosperity as well. So that means that Genshin, or the other Hoyo games for that matter, are no longer their only targets anymore. And so you'll see them lash out and attack these new gacha games too, especially if the new gacha games also manage to develop their own like cults of raving, rabid, feral fanboys and fangirls too, right? Then that would be absolute fucking cinema, and we all get to kick back and watch the gacha world burn even harder than it already is now. That's my concern. And to be perfectly honest, we don't really need that kind of fallout. At least I wouldn't want to see that myself. Am I in co-op? Yeah, I was in co-op because of the fucking Clash of Clans event. Like, that's my concern, man. We don't need that sort of fucking friction. Like as someone who plays like fucking 13 different gacha games, like, bruh, do people not realize you can just play all sorts of different gacha games and just be fans of all of them? You can like some gacha games more than others, right? But I guess, no, you have to pick a fucking side like this is some tribalistic shit. Fucking retards. Fucking Neanderthals, a lot of them. I guess humans really haven't evolved over the past however fucking years Homo sapiens, the whole Homo sapiens species has been around, huh? You wish Shiley would spit in your mouth? I'm sure a lot of people would feel the same. Nikkei had a very loyal fan base too, but it went so downhill. You never seen such a big fall. Well, you're talking about the whole CN server drama? We'll see what their monthly revenue charts look like. Remember that a lot of them are Western players, and a lot of Western players don't really pay Nikkei that much money to begin with. So we'll see how much it affects their bottom line, but. Did I try PGR before? No, I've never tried PGR. It is a gacha game. I've always heard good things about it. It may be a gacha game that I pick up later. I'm considering bundling PGR with Limbus Company and Reverse 1999 because those two games, Reverse and Limbus, are two gacha games that I've promised my chat I will pick up immediately as soon as I see that my content creation career, if you want to even call it that, grows to the point where I can actually, you know, support myself fully off of just content creation. And obviously, I'm kind of a long ways away from that. But I have heard good things about PGR. So I'm open to trying it out when I feel like it. Hey, Sario. Is that this update this week at Hype? Yeah. It's this week. It's this week, apparently. You do wish Genshin could update the graphics a bit more? Yeah, an overhaul would be nice, but we'll see if they plan on doing that. I would imagine if they do plan on doing any sort of overhaul, it won't be until after the our current major story arc ends. So I personally wouldn't expect a graphical overhaul or any overhaul of any kind until after Snechnaya is done, or after whatever ending chapter is done. Because I feel like, I don't know if Finkel's still here in chat, so I'd have to ask him for his professional opinion on like where he thinks Genshin's story will go lore-wise. But from what little I'm aware of with Genshin's story, I feel like after we get Snechnaya, once we're done with Snechnaya, which is most likely going to be 7.0, we'll probably have like a Celestia chapter where we go up to Celestia or some shit, or we'll have like this like epilogue chapter where it'll be like the conclusion to our first major Teyvat story arc, right? And either we'll have a showdown against you know, our missing twin, the fucking leader of the Abyss, or whatever the fuck. Or something like that. Maybe they can delay that arc a little bit. Or maybe they can delay that cliffhanger a little bit longer. But yeah, like, after Snechnaya, we'll have an epilogue chapter that concludes the first arc, and then we'll go into the second arc. Or the second major Genshin arc. And when we transition into that second major story arc, that's probably the most likely time that Genshin will get an overhaul of some kind. But not at any time before that, no. So it'll at least be another 2 years before we see any like major change to Genshin, even if it's just like a graphical one. But hopefully they hopefully they upgrade. They give Genshin some kind of overhaul, especially, you know, in the graphics department. But we'll see. Are you interested in making meme guide content for upcoming gachas? Hopefully, when, you know, I have the time. Just like the old school FGO ones. Oh, you're talking about those. I do have plans to make a how to play every character in Genshin video series again, kind of like what I did 2-3 years ago. I do have plans to work on the first video of that series eventually, but it's gonna take me time though. But yeah, I have no idea when I'm gonna be able to get started on that video. But when it comes out, you'll know. So first we go down to Conria, and then we go up to Celestia plus Epilogue. Yeah, something like that. Obviously, I don't know how exactly they plan to do that, but something like that. Genshin's gonna be real heavy for devices. Yeah, I mean, as if it's not already, you know? CN side rose the net revenue by quite a bit. Still, Little Mermaid's banner has pull incentives. I guess Shift Up could afford taking a hit on what is it? On global revenue, since they're getting the Chinese players in on it too. Little Mermaid's still pretty much power creep leader in most teams. I don't really care, cause in solo raids, you need fucking 5 different fucking teams. So, hey man, I don't give a shit that Mermaid power crept leader, cause leader's still really fucking good. You know, she might not be top tier anymore. Finally, if Mermaid's knocked her off her top tier post after what 2-3 years, 2.5 years. But still, like the more broken ass burst ones we have, the fucking better. And hopefully they'll be able to give us more, hopefully they'll drop us some more broken-ass Burst 2s as well. So yeah. Like, leader finally getting power crept? Oh boy. At least Grandma Leader can finally take a fucking break for once. You love that feature for rewarding players for playing the game. I think you were talking about FGO giving you a full multi every 50 days, right? Yeah, for some reason, I think FGO is literally the only gacha game to do that. And they've had that feature ever since the beginning, I think. Or maybe they made it a thing, like, a little bit later. But I know NA FGO has always had that 50-day login streak. It's too bad you can't... It's too bad the game doesn't tell you how far along you are in your 50-day login streak, but... But yeah, it's kind of funny. FGO is the only gacha game to do that, I think. I don't remember, I don't recall any of my other gacha games giving you such a, the same kind of login bonus. Yeah, some sort of long-term reward would be nice. There's actually a video about Nikkei. CN actually hasn't surpassed global revenue. If you go into FGO, you look at profile, you can see your login count. Oh, does it have a counter where it says, oh, you have this many days until your next 50-day login streak or whatever? If so, then that's cool, I guess. I guess it's just not obvious, and you have to look for it, but... This video about Nikkei. Oh, I already read that comment. A part of me sort of surprised that CN didn't just absolutely dwarf global revenue. But at the same time, me knowing what China's economy is like right now, at the same time, it's kind of not that surprising. I would have to see the exact numbers, like how much CN made on their own compared to all of global, because CN is competing with all the other global servers as well. And Shift Up is not a Chinese studio. I mean, they are published by what, Tencent, to be fair, but they're still a foreign studio, foreign development company. So. FGO does still need to update their login bonuses, though. Yeah. To be fair, yes, they do. You don't get the favoritism with Shift Up choosing CN over global, though. It's a complicated situation. The easy answer is, well, it's the Chinese market, and you know for a damn fact that whenever any company gets into a Chinese market, they're gonna make easy fucking money. Traditionally, whenever businesses get into the Chinese market, it's very easy to make money, because China has so many fucking people. But these days, I'm not so sure anymore. Just given what the Chinese economy is looking like right now. I think the days of the prime days of like easy Chinese money are either long gone at this point, or they're like pretty much about to be on their way out, or pretty much about to be like completely gone entirely. But yeah, that's probably the easiest, the main reason why. Maybe CN players rather play... You know, now that you mention it, I do remember 2 years ago when Nikkei first came out, there was a Chinese like player base for global Nikkei. I think Chinese players just VPN to like Taiwan or something. And that's how they play global. Obviously, not all Chinese players do that, but some of them, enough of them did that, I think. Something like that. So yeah, that could be a reason why it's like, oh, a lot of Chinese players already play global, so it's like, why would they play, you know, the CN version? Technically, the Chinese version of Nika is actually a somewhat different game. So I guess they still would have a reason to play Chinese Nikkei, but still. Yeah, no problem, Enra. I noticed that I accept your friend request as soon as I logged in on Arknights. Rip in pieces, Alchemy Stars. Yeah, I heard about Alchemy Stars EOSing some time ago. What does a gacha company need to do for me to stay engaged? Regular streams, interactions. So if you're asking me personally, a student, then well, they don't really need to do much. If I like a gacha game enough, I'll play it on my own, on its own, even if the company doesn't do shit. Like I don't need external stimuli from the company or the developers behind a gacha game for me to stay interested in a gacha game. If all I care, the most important thing I care about for a gacha game is the game itself, and that's how it should be, which is something that a lot of newer modern gacha players fail to understand. But if the game itself is good, then you've already won me over. You don't need to do anything else beyond that. Anything else extra you do is just that. It's extra. Which, you know, I appreciate the effort, but it's not necessary for me personally. If you're just talking about in general, you're not talking about me specifically, just what if companies should like engage in external like stuff to keep just their players in general occupied, then yes, these days it's kind of what you kind of have to do. Because, you know, Genshin set the standard for that, so. Because, like, streams and like communication on social media and stuff like that gives the illusion that that developers are communicating with their players, even if they're really not. So yeah, regular preview streams, interactions on social media, I guess, stuff like that. What would my ideal gacha system be for weapons and characters? My ideal gacha system, I think I talked about this before. I actually do like the weapon and character system gacha model that Genshin's popularized. I actually don't have a problem with that. However, what I would do personally is optimize a gacha to the point where as long as you play the game every day, right? As long as you log in every day, do your dailies every day, do your weeklies every week, and monthlies if you have monthlies, or if a gacha decides to do monthlies. You know, you get the battle pass done, even if you don't pay for it, right? Because everyone has access to the battle pass, even if you don't pay for it. As long as you get your battle pass done, which should be easy to do, as long as you log in and do your dailies and do all the events. Speaking of events, as long as you get all the events done, and you keep up with content on a regular basis, right? You get all the content for the patch done, all the events, all the side shit, you know, character quests if a gacha has that. As long as you keep up with the gacha, you should be rewarded by being able to pick up a copy of every single character in the game. So, like, let's use Genshin as an example, because I have Genshin up right now. Imagine if Genshin were set up in such a way that as long as you get all your dailies done, all your weeklies done, all the events done, then you do not have to worry about not having enough gems to roll for one new character every patch, right? Imagine if Genshin had its patches set up where you get enough gems from grinding dailies, weeklies, events, all the new content that pops up, and that's enough, or maybe it gives you a little bit of change afterwards. But it's at least enough for you to roll for one guaranteed new character. And it's guaranteed too, and it either includes a spook or you're just guaranteed a new character straight up. Imagine that. That's my ideal, because characters are the most important thing in gacha games. Because when you play gacha games, you play them for the characters. When you roll in a gacha, you roll for the characters mainly, or at least that's how it should be. So because characters are the main content, players should be rewarded with a copy of a new character every single patch, as long as they keep up with it. Because again, we were talking about how gacha games should reward players for being loyal to it and stuff like that, right? So, and I believe in that too. If you stick with the gacha game and you grind it daily, or you keep up with it as best you can, you should be rewarded with a new character every single patch. So theoretically speaking, if you've been playing a gacha game ever since the beginning, that means that theoretically you should not worry about missing any character in the game. Theoretically, anyway. Maybe early game for a gacha, when a gacha first comes out, you have all these characters that come out at the same time, obviously. Maybe you might not be able to get all of them, but maybe eventually you might be able to. So, in other words, guaranteed character banners. I believe DNA is doing this, where the first copy of a new character in gacha is guaranteed. After that, if you want extra dupes, then you have to deal with the coin flip. So something like that, I think that's fair. Your first copy of a limited character is a limited 5-star, whatever the highest rarity is in a gacha, is guaranteed. And afterwards, if you want more copies, then deal with dupes. But weapon banners should exist. They should have significantly lower pity than characters. So, for example, Genshin has 90 hard pity for characters. Same thing with not same thing for weapons. Weapons is 1 multi lower. In my opinion, I think character hard pity. Well, it depends on how generous a gacha is. Let's say, for example, this is going to sound really bad, but I'm not saying gacha games should do this. I'm just using this as an example. Let's say, for example, a future gacha comes out. You have to do 10 multis in order to hit hard pity, right? But it's, it's guaranteed. You're guaranteed to get the character at the end of it or whatever. Weapon ban. If they do have a weapon banner, I think weapon banner should only be 50 hard pity. I think weapons should be significantly lower pity. Not just like 1 or 2 multis lower. No, it should be a lot lower. Like only like 4 or 5 multis in order to hit hard pity for a weapon sort of thing. However, weapons should be completely optional. I think that weapons should be luxury items where you can roll for them if you want, but if you want to roll for them, then you're on your own on that one. Either you spend money or you pray that you get lucky and get it early or something. I also think that weapons should also be guaranteed as well. Just like how Wuwa does it. So that way it gives the standard banners actual fucking meaning, right? So whenever a gacha gives you standard pulls, those standard pulls actually mean something. Hey, yo, Kenzawa, welcome back, man. The strongest players in your Nikkei server are from China. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Because I've seen people show up with Chinese names, too, on my server as well. So that does make sense. Yeah. Global Global must have a pretty significant Chinese player base already, yeah. Because it fucking took them 2.5 years to finally come out with a home Chinese server. Excuse me. So yeah, probably a gacha system that looks like that, just off the top of my head. If I were to think about it more, then I would be able to optimize it a little more too. But for now, let's just go with that. Gotta go. Check back in a couple hours. Streams to go. And yeah, I should still be here in just a couple. If you'll be back in a couple hours. But yeah, see you then, egocentric. Take care. You literally described PGR. Well, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that Kuro game decided to not have that same mentality for Wuthering Waves. So that's a damn shame. Would you sign up if you were to make if they were to make characters and essentials a lot cheaper, like 50 pulls max? What if the objective rarity of valid character hard to get is a factor why you like it? No. The whole thing about 5-star characters are supposed to be are supposed to be rare, so when you get one, you should cherish them. That whole argument is dog shit. No, I don't fucking care for that shit at all. Again, characters are the main content in gacha games, so if you don't get a character, then that really sucks. Right? Like, people fucking, like, gacha games are fucking FOMO as shit. Plenty of people out there cannot deal with missing their, like, a character that they've worked on they've worked to get, right? And that feeling is, still fucking, that feeling sucks no matter who you are. And you might be able to say, well, just wait for the rerun. Well, yeah, but one, a lot of gacha games don't even tell you when, you don't even know when a particular character is gonna get a rerun, if they do at all. Especially if they're a fucking collaboration character. And two, it's like, how long do you have to wait for a fucking rerun, man? And besides, just because even if you do know that a character's getting a rerun, it's like, well, in the meantime, there's all these other characters coming out that you might want to roll for too. So it's like asking somebody to save. Oh, you just missed the character's banner this one time. And it's like, oh, just save for the fucking rerun. Well, is that really a reasonable thing to ask them? Like, unless you know that they're hyper focused on this one character, so you know for a fact they're going to be able to ignore all the other banners until this one other character that they're looking for gets a rerun. Probably not. Most people aren't that strong. Most people aren't capable of that sort of self-restraint. So yeah, the cheaper you can make a character, the fucking better. So personally, would you sign up if they start putting characters for $10 each on a store? Not really, no. That sort of goes against gacha games. If they started doing that, then that's technically not really a gacha game anymore. It would be more like a MOBA where you can, like, I guess, I don't know if MOBAs do this because I don't play them, but it would be sort of like a MOBA where you can, like, purchase individual characters for a price instead of having to grind for them. I think Valorant does that technically. Though I don't know if Valorant lets you purchase agents directly with cash. Maybe you have to grind for them or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, the gacha system kind of has to be there. Otherwise, if it's not there, then it's not really a gacha game. So on principle, I would say that, there has to be a sort of like RNG/gambling nature to it. Yeah, it's kind of rough to put it like that, but I don't know how else to say it. So like Nikkei, instead of $10, it's 200 tickets. I guess so. That's fair. Because yeah, at that point, that's still a gacha. Because you can only get those mileage tickets by rolling on gacha. So yeah, maybe if you have like Nikkei's pity system or something. And yeah, Masamune, I've been told. Chat's already told me that the Star Rail collab is gonna have the UBW collab is gonna have its own pity technically. I mean, which is fine. I usually always start off at bottom of pity anyway, so doesn't matter for me personally. Srinova does that. Well, technically, Srinova is not even a gacha. I know it has a gacha, but it's for like cosmetic shit, right? It's not a gacha for characters, because characters you can buy or grind for directly, like you can in Valorant, I think. So to me, Srinova technically is not a gacha. It's more like Overwatch. It only has gachas or cosmetic. Yeah, exactly. So it's, to me, a better comparison for Street Nova would be like Overwatch, because I believe Overwatch, it does have a gacha in the form of its loot boxes, I believe. But the loot boxes only give you cosmetic shit, as far as I'm aware. Ugh. Nikkei SSRs feel like SRs more than SSRs. Well, I mean, because like regular Rs and SRs, most of them are dog shit, if not all of them. There's only like one or two like actually decent SRs, and then yeah, the game just shoves SSRs down our fucking throat. So yeah, if the majority of characters in a game are just SSRs of the highest rarity, then yeah, they're not all of them are gonna be top tier. I mean, most SSRs in Nikkei are just that. They're not top tier at all. I still like the RNG gambling. I don't like the RNG gambling nature of gacha games, but I do recognize that it's part of the appeal. Like you said, people like you said, student earlier, people like how, you know, oh, you don't know what you're gonna get. Like maybe you'll get lucky and get them early, right? And if people do get 5-star characters early, that's an amazing fucking feeling, right? So I don't necessarily want to take that away from them either. But in order to compromise, right, I do want gachas to have a way to guarantee characters if you spend enough on them, right? And hopefully in not an amount where it's gonna fucking make people fucking start spending a whole lot of fucking money. I think nowadays the parasocial factor is a lot bigger in gacha characters. Well, you're not wrong. I would agree to an extent, which is why I think that having a guarantee for gachas and like reducing the RNG nature of gacha games is important. The ideal gachas are the ones that diminishes the whole gacha component as much as they can. So basically, the ones that aren't gacha at all. Well, I mean, that's always why I say that, you know, gacha games are all trash. There's no getting around it. Gacha games are all trash. The most we can do is like try to improve it to the point where they're almost no longer gacha games. But at the same time, if they stop being gacha games, then yeah. If they lose the gacha aspect, then they stop being gacha games. At which point, you know, what's the difference between that and like a quote unquote normal game? So, it's a balancing act for sure. The surprise factor in gacha is one of the biggest reasons. Well, yeah, because yeah, that's exactly why I said that I don't want to take away the whole gambling part of it, because yeah, again, it's an amazing feeling whenever you do roll a 5-star character early. So I don't want to take that away. I don't want to take that away from players, right? And besides, again, if you get really lucky, maybe, just maybe, you might be able to get 2 5-star characters, or like multiple 5 stars in one multi. And obviously, that's an amazing feeling too. Wouldn't be the same just buying them off the store. Yeah, exactly. It's not the same feeling, yeah. Because normal transactions, right? You pay some money, you get a product in exchange. It's like, that's to be expected, right? That's a transaction, right? You expect that shit to happen. Whereas in gacha games, you don't know what to expect. So it's kind of fun in that sense. That alone, the fact that you don't know what you're gonna get, is in itself very fun. Obviously. That's why people gamble. And so yeah, like I don't want to take that away from players, yeah. Because there are people out there who love gacha games precisely because they can roll gacha, yeah. And it's certainly not a feeling that you'll get from, like, other quote-unquote normal games, so. It's demoralizing when you have a bad luck streak and you can't win a 50-50. Yeah, exactly, which is why I explained earlier at the beginning of this conversation that, yeah, I think that character banners should be guaranteed, and that their pity count shouldn't be terribly high, or at least not too high. Like, gacha games should reward players who are loyal to them, right? As in, they grind dailies every day, they get all the content done, right, in a given patch. They keep up with it. Basically, they keep up with the game, right? Those players should be rewarded with enough gems to hit hard pity every single time, and then guarantee themselves at least one new character every single patch. So that way you still keep the fun RNG gambling nature of gacha games, but you also give players a floor where they can't possibly go down past below that, and they don't fuck themselves too hard, you know? The 50-50 is thrilling, no? Nah, well, it's thrilling, I guess, when you win, but when you lose, it doesn't feel too good. It doesn't. I think for most, I think in my opinion, most people when they first start playing gacha games, they're okay with like losing the coin flip like once or twice. But the longer they play gacha games, the more annoyed they'll get by losing a coin flip, especially if it's for a character that they really want. People eventually get sick and tired of the fucking coin flip. It's no longer a thrill. To them, it feels more like a fucking life or death situation, where it's like if they are able to win the coin flip, oh my god, you know, we did it, right? We did it, Reddit. And if they lose the coin flip, it's like, oh, it's so over, right? It's so over. You know, time to quit the game. Fucking wasted all those gems just to get fucking spooked, you know. So, I mean, I guess you're not wrong. The whole fucking thrill of rolling gacha and like, oh, will I win the coin flip or not? But all it takes for you to change your mind on that is just lose the coin flip a couple of times, and then you'll start wishing that your gachas had guaranteed banners. You do like the resource management aspect of should you pull or should you save, but yeah, most people don't do that. It's not even, I wasn't even thinking of like a resource management side of things. The reason why I don't care about that is because, again, characters are the most important part of gacha games, right? You play gacha games for the characters. Well, a lot of people do, including myself. You roll gacha for characters, right? When you roll for in gacha games, what are you rolling for typically? Characters, right? Sometimes you roll for their weapons, but weapons are not the main focus. It's always about the characters. And so, I come from, obviously, it's not like I've played only gacha games my entire life. I did have a quote-unquote normal video game background, sort of, if you can even call it normal. But, even back when I first started playing gacha games, and even to this day, I don't like the fact that if you don't have I don't like the fact that you have to roll for characters. right? That most people out there do not have all the characters in the game. Like, I want people to have all the characters in the game. Because they are the content. I don't like the fact that characters are supposed to be paywalled behind fucking gacha. So yeah, for me personally, it's like, yes, people should. I agree to a certain extent. Players should know how to manage their resources better. But at the same time, I could say that's an excuse for gacha developers to be like, oh, if you want more resources, just pay us some money, and then you can go roll on gacha however much you want, or some shit like that. It's like, oh, resource management. Oh, so in other words, deal with not having a fucking character, I guess. Oh, what's that? Endgame requires you to bring that one character that you didn't roll for? Oh, sorry, you can go fuck yourself, I guess. So for characters specifically, I don't really. I don't think the whole argument of like resource management and like gem management and like showing self-restraint and not rolling for any bait banner out there is a very valid argument to have, because like, in my personal opinion, you should be able to roll for all the characters in the game. It's just other content that, that's when you have to decide, oh, do I want to roll for that other content or not? Which is why weapon banner is there, right? If you want to roll for weapon banner, then okay, sure, feel free, but that's on you, right? You don't have to roll for their weapons. You should theoretically be able to get by with just whatever the free-to-play weapons are. Either you can craft them or you pick up some better 4-star weapons from gacha along the way, while you're rolling for characters, stuff like that. But if you want to go for their premium weapon options, like the really good 4-stars or hell, even the top tier 5-star weapons, then that's for you to decide, That's where the resource, management stuff comes into play. Or at least that's where they should come into play, in my opinion. But for characters, no. I think all the characters, like, as long as you work on gacha games, as long as you keep up with them, the games should reward you with being able to roll for every single one of them. Or eventually, anyway. It might take you some time, but, you'll get there eventually, right? Whatever you say, Mr. Asian Psycho. I get the feeling you just really like calling me that. Imagine Dalway slides on my DM and says, "Listen, big fan, you're actually a lurker. Can you change? I can change your seat so I don't lose any coin flips. So don't tell anybody." Would I agree on that? No, I'd tell Dalway to go fuck off. I'm gonna make a video exposing his DMs. Hey, Tectone did that. I can do the same too. I probably get even more money exposing Dawei's leaks in that situation than I would ever than fucking losing coin flips. Matter of fact, I'd probably make enough money off those leaks because those videos would go fucking viral. And at that point, I guess I would never have to worry about losing a coin flip ever again. Free content. Thanks, Dawei. What would he do what would I do if he sued me though? I mean, I would like to see him try. I mean, there are videos of there are those CoffeeZilla videos of him exposing companies, and they tried suing him. See how that turned out. Then again, I'm sure CoffeeZilla has like an entire fucking team, like a legal team that can help him out there. I don't have anything like that, so I don't know if that would go the same way for me personally, but. You're just watching my Daitekoku playthrough. God damn, I haven't heard that game in a while. I haven't touched that game in a while. Oh, for fuck's sake, we don't start with any energy? Fuck this. Let's do this one more time. Okay, make sure everyone's fully good on energy. Alright, let's get started on this. Okay, do this shit all over again. Ow. Oh. I must have run out of time. What the hell is Versa going? Only 11,000, huh? What was the score to get a plat medal again? It was like 16,000, right? Jesus, that's a lot. Yeah, 16,000. Holy shit. I think second side is good. I think first half takes too long. Maybe it's because I'm using Yelan. Maybe if I bring who is it? Zelo, but then again, they recommend Hydra. Why do they recommend Hydra again? I'll just bring Zelo. Fuck it. A VTuber named Leaflet. Oh, I know Leaflet. I've seen a couple of her videos. She made a video about Daitekoku. She knows about Daitekoku? What the fuck? Use Farina. Oh yeah, I could use Farina, I guess. Yeah, I guess I could use Farina. Totally forgot about that. I've totally forgot about her. Sure. Farina it is then. What do you say about Tectone saying one character can cost up to $400? I mean, he's not wrong. I did the math myself, and yeah, if you want a hard, if you have to go to double hard pity, if you have to go to double hard pity because you lost the coin flip, and you have to go to hard pity twice, then yeah, that costs $400. If you do, I think I did the math before, and that's what it comes out to. So, pray that you don't get spooked, I guess. Slightly better. Got 8,000 score that time. Maybe I'll try using Raiden more aggressively here too. Ooh, she fucking died from that. That's not good.
の裁きを受けてこい。裁きの雷、稲光、すなわち永遠なり。
Okay, there we go. Barely got it. But that's not like a realistic cost. The $400 per character. Yeah, no, it's not realistic. Cause yeah, most people don't ever hit hard pity. If you actually do hit hard pity, that's like you got fucked. So like I don't think I've ever hit hard pity in all my years of playing Genshin, or any other Genshin clone that has a very similar gacha model. So yeah, like realistically, you're not gonna have to spend $400 for them, but they're still quite expensive. Like C6ing or E6ing or M6ing or S6ing characters, like there's no way around it. You're spending a lot of cash, like easily $1,000 per. So. $400 is also if you buy just the $1 packs every single time. No, the $100. I calculated using the $100 packs. No, if you were to buy the $1 packs, then it'd be technically those would be even more fucking expensive then. And besides, when you're doing calculations, why do you, why are we using $1 packs? Go with the most efficient value packs, which is usually the $100 ones. Yeah, 89 one, is that hard enough? Yeah, 89, holy fuck. Kinich. Oh, lovely. Look who I don't have. And I'll probably try rolling for his ass later. Look who I don't have. Oh, okay. Let's see. Kinich. I would like to bring Emily because she's supposed to support Burn specifically, but I think Nahida will probably be better for this. Probably. Dehya and then Benny. Benny boy. Bloom and Burgeon. Oh, we had to go for Burgeon here though. That's fucking crazy. Well, I guess it's mighty convenient we have both Nahida and Emily then. Emily, who else do we want to use here, actually? Well, actually, we already have double Dendros. That's fine. Actually, would Mav work? I have no idea if Mav will work here, but I guess we're about to find out. God, this is such a weird Burgeon team. I don't think I've ever run those before. What's your plans? Where are you gonna get those pull froms? No fucking idea. I might have to buy a pack just to secure Cartathia, but we'll see. Well, I'm missing just Kinich. Oh, not just Kinich. Mizuki and Kinich.
清流の熱源で駆逐なんちらを照らそう一切合切燃やし尽くせみんなでそばにいてくれればさあ食いしばれよ
Kind of wonder if I'm even supposed to use Dekia's ultimate there. Probably not. They probably want you to use who is it? They probably just want you to use Kin's entire time. Yeah, so I think I'm supposed to kill that last what is it? I'm supposed to kill that last guy as well. Because ideally I think you want to get what 8,000 score on each side if you want to go for the plat medal. Something like that. Let's see. Ugh. Only 8,000 total? I do not know how to play that team. Funnily enough, that's enough for most of the medals except for plat. Kind of hilarious. How badly do you want Kinish? I think he's cool. Voice actor memes, pretty much it. Then I believe he's really good for burn teams from what I understand. So considering this current Abyss cycle really emphasizes burn, he'd be pretty cool to use, I guess. But it's mainly for character completion's sake, or having all the characters in the game sort of thing. It's mainly because of that, to be honest. His main damage is full blast on his skill, so does that mean that I want to use that right away then? Guess I'll find out and learn. Also, where do I even see his meter? Oh, it's full right now, so I just blast it right there. Like that. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, I was playing him slightly wrong then. Ow.
虫けらどもきっちり代償を払ってもらうぞ。行くぞ。はっくらえ。かかったな。みんながそばにいてくれれば傷なんて痛まない。
これこそが知恵の伝道。
Okay. So I just need to do that faster. How to like Kenichi gameplay? It's kind of funny that he just spins around in circles. It looks funny, but I think that's really useful because him just constantly skating around enemies makes it really easy for him to dodge incoming enemy attacks. Because enemies can't lock onto him at all. They would have to, you would have to fight enemies that have homing attacks specifically that track your character in order for him to get hit. As Aha is an annoying piece of shit as usual. So you want to ult near the end of his spin shit? Okay.
退路はない。
I think I missed that one in particular.
私のお家にいらし
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。かかったな。全力攻撃。
痛くしちゃうかも。
獲物だ。
Wasn't able to kill that last guy. Also, that's kind of terrible event design when you try to when you're in the beginning of the second half and you try to restart the first one. There's no way for you to.
似てる。
はびこりなさい。
獲物だ。死での旅路へ。熱演でみんなは俺が回そう。
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
退路はない。全力攻撃。
痛くしちゃうかも。
やっかかったな。八神に報いるために。我が輩の方は気分なき者。手加減出した気分跳ねないのだ。
知識はあなたにも。
きっちり代償を払ってもらうぞ。
I don't know if this team can hit 8,000 score there. I just don't have enough time. And I feel like I'm playing that team as best as I can.
ご安心を。
防衛
管理します。
獲物だ。
I don't know, maybe I have to switch up my teams later. So.
この天下で裁く。烈日の
失策です。ご助力を再構成します。
かかったな。清流降臨。汝の魂を我々に捧げようの本能。
ソーランドイグ清掃を開始します。福
永遠
益の方に
に黙らせてやる。
深海のカゴ。管理します。
石煙に葬られよ。かかったな。八神に報いるために。清流の烈焰で
再構成します。我に光。
一切合切燃やし尽くせ。この天下で裁る。
海のちぎりよ。
I'm still the same score. Maybe it's the trial Kinich? Maybe. I don't know what his stats are like though. Yeah, they're pretty shit. Unless he just gets a ton of free crit rate, I guess, but I think he was critting most of his attacks though. I'm assuming he's getting a lot of crits from somewhere. Oh yeah, because he has Obsidian Codex, so yeah, no wonder. But yeah, his stats aren't great.
知恵
覚えたわよ。これこそ知恵の伝道。
返事もろくにできねえのかまだ永遠に黙らせてみんなは俺がま獲物だ
はびこりなさい。
みんながそばにいてかかったな
Yeah. Maybe if you actually have your own Kinich, he'll be properly. If he had a Kinich that was more properly built, then maybe he'd be able to do this. It's already 3 a.m. for you, so see you later or your next stream. All right, Shimazaki, catch you on Friday, most likely. Excuse me. Then yeah, considering they force you to use Kinich, yeah. Considering they force you to use Kinich, I'm not even gonna bother with I'm not even gonna bother trying to go for the plat metal then. Fucking forced ass characters. And we're going for freeze on both, huh? Freeze on both sides? Well, say less. And then Escoffier. I'll put Sitlolly on anchor position, so who else can I take for this? Alright, Farina. Oh yeah, because Escoffier is a healer, so don't need to worry about that. Actually, I could technically bring Kokomi too. Or would I need a would I like to bring a Hydro DPS for here too? Actually, I could bring Xingqiu, and then I can bring a Cryo DPS here, now that I think about it. Ganyu, maybe? Nah, let's bring Ayaka. Let's try that. Yo, trying to capitalize on that fact. Well, the funny thing is that I'm trying to go through these events to try to farm enough gems to be able to roll for Kinich later today, so that's kind of ironic.
食前に甘いものを目の下のは
サリュールコ雪を前歌よ錦となれこの剣はわかるかいそれ世界を熱狂の渦にお披露目だ
冷凍の時間
失礼それ
Oh, would you look at that? 15,000 score. I almost got a plat medal just off of 1/2. Oh, would you look at that when you have all the characters in the game? This one is pretty easy. Yeah, I love Super Freeze, so I've always been running Super Freeze, so yeah, it's just kind of to be expected. Oh, these guys are actually immune. Oh, these guys are Hydro constructs, so I have to hit them with the Rosaria. No, just build some energy here. Oh, back to the Hydro Piggies. Escoffier is nuts, right? Yeah. Thanks to her, Super Freeze is now back on the. I believe I've been told that Escoffier single-handedly returns Super Freeze teams back into the meta. Well, maybe not single-handedly. We do have Sitlolly after all, and Sitlolly reduces Pyro Res and Hydro Res, I think it is. But yeah, Escoffier herself is pretty fucking nuts. Because what? Her passive makes it so that she hits people with a 55% Hydro and Hydro debuff, I think it is. Was it specifically Hydro? I think it was specifically Hydro. Is there a cooldown on this game where you play a certain amount and you have to come back after like 12 hours? Or no, Crypty. I don't know where you heard that from. But, no. Gacha games are not like that. What you might be thinking of is, let me exit real quick. What you might be thinking of, what people might have told you, is that gacha games like Genshin have a stamina system, or at least a lot of them do. The stamina system is called Resin in this game. You see up here on the top right corner where my cursor is at the top of the screen. Stamina is important to farm like progression material, such as like skill books and like promotion, like ascension gems and shit like that. That's what they probably mean. Whoever told you that, oh, you can only play this game for like, you know, a little bit and you have to come back after like 12 hours or whatever. Because the stamina is naturally regens over time, but it's very slow. I think that's what they mean. But, no, the game doesn't arbitrarily force you to stop playing. Just because you don't have stamina. I mean, Genshin is one of the better ones when it comes to stamina management, simply because there's, you know, it's an actual fucking game. You can do other things that don't require stamina, like exploration is the main one. You do need stamina if you want to, like, farm for materials, though, specifically. So if you want to progress your account, then yes, you do need stamina to do that. But as for just playing the game, no, you don't need stamina just to play the game. You're asking because Crystal of Atlan is like that, and you hate that. I've heard I don't play Crystal of Atlan, but I've heard it's more like an MMO, sort of like Tower of Fantasy, from what I've heard. So I don't play Crystal of Atlan, so I don't know how they do things. But if that's the case, then well, it's an MMO, so like you should be able to play the game without stamina. If they truly call themselves an MMO, if they call themselves an MMO and you can't play the game without stamina, then that's kind of why did they even bother calling themselves an MMO then? I don't know. I don't play Crystal of Atlas, so I need other people in chat to like confirm or deny that. But no, technically you don't have to worry about that for with the game like Genshin. Like you do need stamina to like farm for progression materials and level up materials, but as for just playing the game, no, you can play the game however much you want. You might run into like progress gates for sure, but like that's technically something different. So Lolly and Escoffier would reintroduce the Ice Age. They both yes, I believe they synergize. Kind of funny because I actually didn't use Sitlolly that during one of those stages. Maybe if I did, I would have gotten a better score, but don't really care. Plat Metal's good enough. It's a mobile MMO gacha, kind of. Yeah, it really reminds me of TOF back in the day, Tower of Fantasy. But yeah, again, I don't know too much about Crystal of Atlan because I don't play it myself. I know that it came out somewhat recently, though. But I can tell you that Genshin is not exactly like that. You can explore it, but you can't progress story for gear. Okay, yeah, that's different then. Genshin, you can progress the story without stamina. Because story, it does not cost you anything. Like, if you were to start out in Genshin, for example, like, if you just started Genshin, then yeah, I can see some parts of story where you might not be able to get past it because your characters are simply not strong enough. So you might have to spend some time grinding, like, level up materials and a little bit of starting gear in order to make your character strong enough to the point where they can get past story. But, like, if you're a veteran player like me, for example, and, like, you've been playing Genshin, you've been keeping up with Genshin for long enough, and, right, so that way story isn't, like, an issue anymore, like, story difficulty for that matter. Yeah, no, like, story is completely free at that point. So you can just, even if you don't have stamina, if there's some story stuff that you can do, then you can just go do that. And you don't have to worry about, oh, I need stamina to, like, get and go do this story or whatever. No, you don't have to worry about that in this game. So hopefully that helps. If you had to play one game non-stop solely that game, would you choose Genshin or would play that game one stop every day? Yeah, so let's say as a full-time job. Current account versus from scratch. Either way, Genshin. Genshin actually has the content. WoWa, not so much. Easy question. Vaporize, Hydro, Pyro. Why do they recommend Geo here? Do they want you to use Zelo? Is that why? See, after character triggers Vaporize. So, what? Do we bring double Pyro here then, I guess? So, like, Mav and Xiangling? Mav, Xiangling, and Zelo? It's kind of a weird team. Well, weird to me, anyway. Let's see. Oh, this one's fucking piss easy. Let's see. Raiden, Nahida, and then, just for shits and giggles, Jean. Recommended elements. Yeah, fuck you. Well, what has much less to do? I mean, we have a whole TCG thing in Genshin. Yeah, Genshin just has way more fucking content. Particularly in the exploration department. Like, Huanglong had a decent amount of exploration, but Rina Sita didn't really have much at all. Like, exploring, like, the exploration content in Rina Sita is, like, quite short. Or there's not There's not a lot of it. Like, Huanglong had much more of it, simply because you can't just fly around everywhere. And there are lots of things that are a lot more hidden, I think. Whereas in Renacita, exploration in Renacita is way more streamlined. Like, the map tells you where to go in terms of that shit, so you don't have to waste time looking for it. Just pinpoints the POIs on the map for you, so you know exactly where to go every single time. I mean, like, that's good, don't get me wrong, for saving time, but since your criteria was if you had to play a game nonstop for 8 hours a day, like, what would you do that? Oh, like, which game would you pick from that? And my answer would be Genshin, because Genshin has the content that would, like, be able to occupy me for like 8 hours a day anyway in the first place. Even if that content is fucking tedious as fuck. I guess that's why they wanted you to bring a Geo character there. Doesn't matter for me. Hey, Longbill, how's it going, man? Plenty of books you can read too if you want to become a fellow lore master or just watch lore videos. Yeah, true. Do I recommend Chiori for Navia? No, Chiori doesn't really work with Navia, I don't think. At least not that I recall. Or for any other character. If you want to use Chiori, what was the reason why Chiori didn't work with Navia again? There was one reason why you don't want to run those two together. I'm forgetting the exact reason as to why. Oh yeah, you're right, Sprungfield. Yeah, Chiori requires a teammate, a Geo teammate who has a construct. Yeah. And at C1, I think that restriction, like, loosens up a little bit. So at C1 Chiori, yeah, Navia, I guess, isn't bad. You still run them both anyway, though. Giga chat shit. Yeah, that was the reason why. Yeah, I forgot the reason why. It's because it's been a while. But yeah, no, Chiori, if you only have C0 Chiori like I do, no, you don't want to run Navia, because Chiori requires a teammate with a construct. But at C1, I think she drops that requirement, or C1 makes her, lets her drop that requirement. So you can run C1 Chiori with Navia specifically, but before then, no. Also, Navia benefits from different elements. Well, you only need one different element, because Navia hinges off of her being able to pick up Geo shards for her shotgun umbrella. See one of that cursed Chronicle banner? I mean, that's kind of what you have to do, I guess. Yeah, no Geo construct. Let's see when you can just run any Geo teammate. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I guess C1 Chiori wouldn't be bad for Navia. I don't really see why you wouldn't be able to run them together, but yeah, only C0, yeah, no. C0 Chiori will definitely require a construct teammate, so Zhongli basically. Zhongli, I mean, she works really well with Ito because Ito's cow, Ushi, I think his name is considered a construct, hilariously enough, so. But yeah, you can run Zhongli. Albedo too, which is kind of hilarious because Albedo and Chiori are like basically the same character, almost. Hey Crimson, I kind of miss playing this game because you like the OST, but you don't have the urge to play the game anymore. Yeah, that's fine. It sucks. But yeah, I mean the good thing about that is that you can always just listen to the soundtracks on YouTube, or on Spotify if they put that shit on Spotify. Where they don't have natural synergy because they're supposed to be besties and lore. Well, gotta pay up for the besties, the BFF synergy, I guess. What Chronicle Wish Band do I recommend? I don't know. I haven't taken a look at it. If Miko's on, then probably Miko. What's he doing all the way over here? Huh, much lower score in the second half. Oh boy, they want us to use Chlorine here, huh? Chlorine's kind of a hard one to use. Is it like an additional ability Chiori has? Yeah, I think so. I can double check for you what exactly Chiori's skill triggers, or what exactly on Chiori's skill dictates that. Actually, let's see. Finishing touch, I guess it's this passive. When a nearby party member creates a geo construct, Chiori will gain 20% geo damage bonus for 20 seconds. That's pretty big. So it would be that talent specifically. Yeah, and then her C1 makes it so that her passive talent just triggers automatically, even if she doesn't have even if there is no nearby geo construct from a teammate. Let's see. Oh, the most important characters on this banner by far are Kokomi and Kazuha, I would say. Kazu's still a fucking banger even after all these years. Kokomi is obviously really important for Dendro teams. Unless the meta for Dendro has changed in recent times. Yeah. Congested throat. Let's see. I would personally also recommend Miko. She's always good. Chiori and Ito, I would say pick up either one of these two because we've had recent Abyss cycles where they've strongly encouraged Geo. So either one of these two. Probably Chiori. Probably Chiori. Or Ito too, in case you like him. And Yoimiya, I guess so. Yoimiya to a certain extent. She's not as flashy as the other characters, but she can get the job done too. Yoimiya does have her own advantages after all, being a basic attacker archer. There are perks to Yoimiya, for example, if they ever throw the Thunder Manifestation against you. Yoimiya is the perfect counter against him against that boss because she's an archer, so she doesn't have to worry about chasing that boss down all the time. Cause she's ranged. Do all of them like want their weapon and Wuwa? Not exactly. Characters usually have alternatives in Genshin anyway. Yeah, they all have their own alternatives. I think technically Miko and Yoimiya are the two that probably rely on their signatures the most, I think, but even then they have alternatives, I'm pretty sure. Yoimiya has fallen off the most, unfortunately. I mean, that's because we've gotten a lot better, we've gotten more pyro DPSs like fucking Arlecchino and shit. Oh, and Mav exists too, so. But Yoimiya still has a niche as a ranged pyro DPS, and occasionally that does prove to be useful. Yeah, like against the Thundering Manifestation, for example. It's just that we haven't needed to fight against the Thundering Manifestation in Abyss or whatever. Not even Imaginarium Theater yet, so we haven't really had a reason to pull out Yoimiya again, but. That and Sit Lolly being a thing in this game, she mainly buffs like melee pyro DPSs. I don't know how much she helps against helps with the Yoimiya's damage. And even if she does work, Yoimiya will have to fucking barrel stuff people, and that kind of removes her whole point of being a ranged DPS, where she can hit people at range. From far away or from a little distance away, as opposed to melee people who have to, go up to other enemies and fucking start smacking them in the face. So, if only Genshin would give us some Primos or Chronicle Wish banner, yeah, MiHoYo will do what MiHoYo does best. Let's see, Chlorine, we want to use Aggravates, so we know what that means. Nahida, Emily? Yeah, I guess I'll bring Emily. Fuck it. Emily, and then I don't fucking know. Raiden, I guess. Not like we need a fucking healer here. Actually, you know what? I've already used Raiden before. I'm gonna use Miko. Good old Miko. Let's see. Second half is Electro Charge, huh? Well, I know who I'm bringing then. That means Yelan and I don't know, fucking Xingqiu, I guess. Sure, we can just bring those. Miko can use with Sith. Yeah, I guess that's true. Because I think Kagura's Verity is crit damage main stat, right? So, since they're both crit damage main stat, they're more or less the same. Or more or less the same, like, stat roll or whatever. Is Escoffier's weapon really that good? They say it's one of the best weapons in the game right now. Really? Is it? Well, Escoffier, but her band is already rotated out, so I don't know. Let's see, yeah, Escoffier's already gone. So if I want to look up her weapon, I'm gonna have to look up on the website or on the interwebs. What was her weapon called again? Fuck. Gotta look that shit up on the Genshin helper website first. Scroll all the way down. Symphonist of Sense. What the fuck kind of name is that? Sniffa? Genshin Symphonist of Sense. What does it do? It should be a crit stat weapon, because why would it not be? Yeah, crit damage. 66.2, so it's middle of the road. 66% crit damage. Let's see. Passive is gives you free attack buff by 12%. When user is off field, increases attack, doubles that attack buff. Okay, so she now gets 24%. After initiating healing, user and the character they've healed will both obtain Sweet Echo's effect, which increases their attack by 32% for 3 seconds. And I assume that shit stacks with the extra attack buff that they already have. So 54, 56% attack buff. What the fuck? And it just pops it for 3 seconds. There's no restriction on this. So I assume that that Sweet Echo's effect can just keep triggering. It'll just reset its duration then, every time she heals someone, which should be pretty constant. I think. I forget how fast Escoffier heals people. And the effect can be triggered on equipping characters. That sounds really fucking strong. I'm not gonna lie. A free 56% attack buff. That's pretty fucking insane. Though it does require the user to be a healer and an off-fielder as well. Well, I mean, if you're a healer, you're usually off-field anyway. How many people would that even apply to, actually? I know we have a couple of healing Lancers. Toma doesn't heal, I don't think. All he does is provide shields. He doesn't heal, unfortunately. Chevy actually does heal, and she's technically a Lancer, even though she uses a fucking musket for the most part. That might actually be useful on Chevy, actually. Let me see if the Genshin spreadsheet actually has updated to reflect that. I'm actually kind of curious now. Let's see. Oh yeah, the fucking spreadsheet has updated. Yeah, Symphonist of Sense is now Chevy's best in slot by far. It's her new best in slot, yeah. Because Chevy does actually heal a little bit. So because of that, yeah. Like I thought, Symphonist, Escoffier's Biss is also Chevy's Biss too, so no surprise there. I think Gaming is a fucking Claymore user, so obviously he doesn't count. Candace doesn't heal, I don't think. So that doesn't apply to here. Fucking Yao Yao definitely it should apply. I don't know how good it is for Yao Yao though, because Yao Yao is a pure healer, not really a DPS. So I don't know how much it would help her. But I mean that attack buff though. Let's see, Yao Yao. Yeah, it hasn't been updated. Yao Yao doesn't have what is it? Symphonist of Sense as any. It's not listed as any of her viable weapons at all. So yeah, I guess it's not really that good on her. Even though she does heal, she just does no damage, so it doesn't really matter on her. Who else is a Lancer? Eon-san is, but she doesn't heal, so it shouldn't apply to her. Rosaria doesn't heal, so again, doesn't apply to her. I think Charlotte is a Catalyst user, yeah. So it doesn't apply. Farazan is an archer, so it doesn't apply. Who is it? Lynette is a sword user, is a saber, so no, it doesn't apply. Yunjin doesn't heal, so this doesn't apply to her. Neither does Kachina. Kachina's a DPS. So well, Kachina doesn't heal, so whatever, it doesn't matter. I wonder I wonder how good Symphonist applies on Hu Tao, because technically Hu Tao does heal herself. I don't see it listed on Hu Tao's recommended weapon list, so I'm assuming that's probably it probably doesn't work that well on her. Not to mention it's an attack buff, so she'd probably prefer if that was an HP buff instead. Well, technically, attack buffs do still work on Hu Tao, because the way she was one of our earliest HP scaling characters. So the way the way her kit converts HP buffs into attack makes attack buffs actually are not that bad on her, but still, probably not what she's looking for still. Would it work on Arlecchino? Probably not. Yeah, no, I don't see it on her entry either. Huh, that's funny. Is Genshin missing a 5-star Lancer? A 5-star Hydro Lancer? So that's actually kind of funny. We're missing a 5-star Hydro Lancer and a 5-star Hydro Claymore, I think, right? I always knew we were missing the Hydro characters were missing a Claymore, but I didn't realize there was no 5-star Hydro Lancer either. That's kind of funny. Shenhe doesn't heal. Honestly, I don't think Escoffier's lance would work on anybody else, any other 5-star character anyway. Because most characters have those signatures, so it's like, why would they use another one? Well, they can use each other's signatures, to be fair, but Escoffier is really good, but it's very specific because you want to use it on another Lancer who also heals and also does some damage too. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense that Chevy's the only other one so far who can use Symphonist. Matter of fact, it's their best in slot. It's their new best in slot anyway. So it does buff teammates you heal too. So you think it'd be good on Yaoi just as Thrilling Tales is good just pretend it's a Thrilling Tales just on a Lance, I guess, yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe Yao could still use it then, technically. I guess she'd just be wasting their crit damage stat, but you know, if support is all you care about, then yeah, who cares about the crit damage stat? Eon-san works with us. Really? Does Eon-san heal? Why do I not know this? After initiating healing, yeah, that means Eon-san needs to heal somehow. Does she actually heal? Oh, she does. I didn't even realize. Huh, I didn't even notice his passive at all. When nearby character triggers Night Soul Burst, she'll gain warming up, and she'll gain warming up for 10 seconds, and during this time, whenever she restores 1 Night Soul point, she'll heal your current active character for 60% of her attack. Yeah, okay, so Symphonist does technically work on Eon-san. That's strange to consider. I don't know how much damage she'll be dealing, but I guess technically she can still use it. That's kind of crazy, actually. Because she only heals for, she does heal for shit. I mean, technically, you don't really care how much she heals. The important part is that she heals at all. Those Chronicle Wish banners characters won't ever get dedicated reruns again. I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think that was a meme at some point, but I don't know if that was ever verified or not. Where do you find these spreadsheets? Oh, I can share with you the spreadsheet that I have access to. It should be this one. Spreadsheet by no, this spreadsheet is not by Zajev. I'm sure he has his own spreadsheets though, but I don't use it. I don't use those. The Genshin helper spreadsheet is the one that I use. A friend of yours says he thinks it's easier to pull a character in Genshin versus WoWa. Bold claim. I think technically, strictly speaking, it's easier to pull a character in Genshin. Or not Genshin, sorry, WoWa. Simply because of the lower pity in WoWa, I think. I think WoWa has a lower pity, right? I'm not capping when I say that. You have every character with a signature too? No, not everybody. For example, Escofia doesn't have her signature. Sitlolly doesn't have her signature. Chaska doesn't have her signature. And my Emily doesn't have her signature. To be fair, though, I think all my other characters do have their signatures. Or all my other limited 5 stars have their signature. Oh, no, my Mav doesn't have her signature either. I think out of all the characters who don't have their signatures yet, I think I would go for Mavs first. Because her Claymore is legit, like, really fucking strong, I think. Followed by, I think, Chaska. I think Chaska could benefit a lot from having her signature. But aside from those 4 or 5, however many I mentioned, I do have everyone else's at least. But Mavs is the one where her missing her signature is the most impactful. Even without her signature, though, she still kicks ass. But that's because I have one of her better options as far as like 4-star weapons are concerned, which is obviously Serpent Spine. Fucking R5 Serpent Spine, Omega lol. Based on the title, are you grinding for Rasputin? What, an FGO? No. I'm grinding for Kinich. In Genshin, anyway. Just want to get these events done, and I want to do Imaginarium Theater for the extra 800 gems, and then I'll roll for Kinich afterwards. You can still nuke for 300k with the fucking Sea Lord Claymore, the Fish Claymore. Yorokobe. No, I said the reason why the title says Yorokobe Shounen is because of Emiya, or sorry, Kinich. In Genshin, there's a character named Kinich, and he's voiced by Emiya. Or he has Emiya as voice actor, whatever his name is. I forget his name. So, hence the title Yorokobe. Yorokobe Shounen. Though I don't blame you for thinking that I'm trying to grind for Rasputin. I don't even know when Rasputin gets another rerun though, because wasn't he this year's wasn't he NA's New Year's servant this year? I think so anyway. Do I have Klee with weapon? Well, technically Klee's one of the strange ones because remember Klee came out back when back before Genshin started doing the whole like 5-star characters are supposed to come with their signatures thing. Matter of fact, if you want to be technical, Klee's signature is actually a 4-star because her signature weapon was actually an event welfare 4-star weapon or 4-star catalyst, the Dodoko Tails weapon or catalyst. Though I think if you want to give her like her best option possible, I think her best catalyst right now is like maybe I don't want to say it's Lost Prayer, but it's something else. Oh yeah, it is Lost Prayer. That's so funny. Yeah, her best weapon is still a permanent catalyst, a permanent 5-star catalyst. That being Lost Prayer. That's hilarious, actually. How do I at Klee? I don't really like her playstyle very much. I mean, she's hilarious. Don't get me wrong, but playing her is very difficult. She kind of reminds you of Ellen in some ways, actually, where she's very clunky and hard to use. If you want to be super autistic about Klee, of like playing Klee optimally, what you have to do with Klee is you have to do this like machine gun strat of canceling her normal animations so that she only uses her first auto attack. I can actually show you what that looks like. I keep getting distracted, but because I know how to do it, but it's very hard to do consistently. Like, it definitely takes some practice. Where's Klee? So if you want to use Klee optimally, this is how you play her. That's literally how. This is her, I believe, her best DPS route. You basically animation cancel so that she only does her first basic attack. Sort of like that. Because if you try doing her full auto combo, this takes way too long. And it doesn't do enough. It doesn't compare in damage as opposed to if you just do this all the time, like that. You want to animation cancel fast enough so that Klee basically stays in place, so she becomes like a turret, basically, a grenade launching fucking Mark 19 turret, where she just keeps chucking grenades at people, or she just keeps chucking bombs at people. If you do it too early, that means you miss the animation cancel, or you accidentally make Klee do her second basic attack like that, and you don't want that. You want to keep doing this over and over and over and over and over and over. That creates a lot of problems. For one, you have to practice this in order to get consistent at it. And even then, even if you are consistent at it, all it takes is one mistake and you fuck it up. And you have to reset Klee in order to get her to go back to doing this again. Not only that, but you notice that Klee just stays in place all day. That is really bad. Yeah, that's really bad. If you have a character stay in one place all day, that's just free. It's free real estate for enemies to just fucking come along and just fucking punch you in the face. So that's not good. So if you want to use Klee, like, guess what, buddy? You're bringing a shielder, most likely. And because Klee's a DPS, you know, she doesn't have a lot of health just to begin with. So, if enemies hit you with a really hard attack, then you know there goes half her health right there, or worse. Especially if enemies manage to put a reaction on your ass, then yeah, say goodbye to your Klee. Oh, and sometimes you want to do charge attack loops. Well, guess what? If you don't have Klee's like charge attack stack, Klee is a caster in this game, and for whatever reason, casters in this game have the most expensive charge attacks in the game. Because most characters their charge attacks, unless it's like a weird exception, most other characters for other weapon types, their charge attacks cost like what, 30 stamina or something like that. But casters, their charge attacks cost 50, and that's a huge amount of stamina to use. Like at full stamina, what Klee can do 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5. Technically, I think only 4 because I think I delayed my second one. So realistically, I think Klee can only do like 4 charge attacks before she's completely out of stamina. And well, guess what? You need that stamina to have Klee dodge incoming attacks and reposition. So there's no way you're gonna be doing a lot of those charge attacks at once anyway. And Klee kind of relies on charge attacks too, because her charge attacks are really strong. I think she has passives that buff her charge attacks or whatever. Yeah, her pounding surprise passive. When her normals deal damage, or either her normal or skill deal damage, she has a half chance. She has a coin flip chance of gaining a spark, and as soon as she gets one, she can do her next charge attack. That costs no stamina, but it's RNG, so you don't know if she'll get that spark or not. So you have to keep doing this. You have to use her skill, and as soon as you see her use a spark, you use a charge attack. And then it costs no stamina, to be fair, but it has a long-ass wind-up animation. It has a super long startup animation. I guess you can cancel it? I guess you can... Technically, you can dash cancel it. I guess that's fine. But still, you're using stamina. Yeah. And it's not like you can sprint. It's not like you can dash cancel it like immediately. You do have to wait for her animation to go through long enough, and then you can dash cancel it. So it's not instant either. So that's kind of that takes some getting used to, at least. So yeah, Klee is very weird, especially by today's standards. Klee is very odd. I mean, she was like the second or third like limited character we ever got, so yeah, she's fucking weird. Think she'll ever come back? Maybe, I don't know. Genshin has enough characters where it's kind of hard to keep track of everyone's reruns at this point. Oh, I think I must have wasted that one. Kind of? Not really. The fact that that last robot teleports is kind of annoying, but at least I got 8k score there, so that's good enough. She was the third limited character? Okay, gotcha. So yeah, she was... Point is that she was really early. All gacha games, most gacha games are very weird during their first year. Genshin was no exception. Or... I guess these days, that's not so much the case anymore. Like, Star Rail and Zen... Well, I guess technically Zenless also applies too. But Star Rail has been pretty uniform. They haven't really changed that much since year one. As far as, like, system mechanics and, like, how gacha works and shit like that. I guess Wuwa too, to a certain extent. And we're using Mav here finally. So vape for first side and a melt for second side. Okay. Got it. I guess let's see. For second half we'll run the Sit Lolly team or the Bis Mav team. See, Zelo, then who is it? Then Benny, and then Sitlolly, I think. For first side, Hydro. Hey. Hydro, then don't mind if I take Yelan. Let's see, Yelan, and then Xiangling, maybe? I don't know how I feel about that, actually. Keck W. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just bring Xiangling, I guess. And then, where are you? We're already bringing Zelo. Why do they want us to bring a Geo character again? Is there a fucking Geo character we can even bring? Well, I guess, you know, fucking Zhongli applies to everything. Or do they want us to bring Nabia? That'd be kind of funny. Guess I'll just bring Zhongli. No idea how this is gonna work out. MiHoYo set some standards. Well, yeah, naturally, with Genshin, with how influential and with how huge Genshin became. Yeah, of course they were gonna set some. They were gonna be the standard setters for a lot of gacha games coming out or going to the future. We went from simple gameplay showcases to whole ass music videos for a character. Well, Genshin technically did that from the beginning. Remember, Zhang Li's character demo is one of the most liked Genshin videos of all time. Like, Zhang Li's character demo is is quite literally one of the best like promotional trailers that I've seen a gacha game do. Like, it's that fucking peak. Like, I rarely use the term peak like every other fucking Zoomer and Gen Alpha kid on the internet does, or just like every other fucking content creator and their fucking mother does. But Zhang Li's character demo trailer thingy, with the whole ass music video they made for him, that was genuinely peak. Cause I have yet to see another character demo that's as good as Zhang Li's, in my personal opinion. But yeah, Genshin's always done that technically. Unless they started with Zhongli, in which case that'd be kind of funny actually. But did MiHoYo invent that, or other gacha games did that too? I mean, other gacha games did that too, but MiHoYo was the one that made it fucking popular. Like, I'm sure other gacha games are out there where they give their characters entire fucking ass music videos, but I'm sure Genshin wasn't the first one to do it, but they certainly popularized it with their sheer fucking production quality. Furino's is a bit better. You know, I don't really pay attention to character demos. Maybe one day we should just take some time to just watch through all the fucking character demos. Because I know there are other content creators that have done that before. Maybe I should do that too. Peak, Ohio, Skibbity Peak, Cinema, Binema.
希望という名の光を追っている。
Okay, let's see how well this goes.
痛がっちゃいないよ。よっやっそれはっ熱々でしょ。捕まえた。かかれ。話が通じないなら
天理チョーク揺らぐことなし。
どの目が出るかしら。捕まえた。ほっ、急がはっ。
もうええよ。石煙に葬られよ。
Now that I think about it, I probably should have brought some Natlin characters here, but oh well. Too late, kind of too late for that now.
師匠の技を食らいなさい。痛がっちゃいない。糸よ、工作せよ。と捕まえた。
頭上を焼き尽くす。この天下で裁く。
天道ここにあり。
話が通じないなら叩くも。終わりね。撤収。かかれ。
Only 7,000 score, and hopefully that's good enough. Hopefully this next team will be able to carry this side.
手加減なしよ。
烈日よ、私に従え。石煙に葬られよ。
スイッチにめよ。
もうええよ。聞け、太陽の炎を。
響け。格の目。じゃあ行くよ。
冒険全力攻撃だ。
口封じは任せたからね。
この天下で裁く。
Okay, that's the first guy down. Second one down.
山の地。
Can't see what the fuck I'm looking at.
みんなは俺が守れ。
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
聞け、太陽の炎を。
9 seconds only. I don't know if I can do this.
働きなさい。ストラリー、ピッツパパ。
この天下で裁く。
Yeah, I don't think I did it. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna have to switch up the first team because I think for the first team I'll need more. Whatchamacallit. I'm gonna need more Natlin characters to trigger Night Soul. Why did they want us to bring Geo characters there anyway? Fuck us up with that. Hydra and Geo. I know Kachina is our, Geo Natlin character. Articles, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 16-month resub. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Had a horrible week. Sorry to hear that, man. I had a pretty rough week last week. It wasn't, horrible or anything, but it was just very, very busy and very tiring. But, yeah, sorry to hear that you had a bad week. So, hopefully you can relax for the rest of the weekend. Geo slot is optional. Yeah, I didn't see a reason why we really needed a Geo character there. But then again, I'm already using 2 of my premier Natlin characters down on second half, so... Ow. see. I wonder for this first half, I wonder if we just say fuck using Mav as main DPS and I go for another Pyro DPS instead. And we try going for mass, we try just going for like insane melt damage, I guess. I forget if we fought, who is it? Any Natlan character, any Natlan enemies on first side. Like, did they spawn Wayobs in first side? I think they only spawned them second side, right? Ow. We need a new element from, we need a new element. Well, I think that eventually Genshin's going to add a light and a void element. Because it just kind of makes sense, you know? Celestia, the Abyss. I think it'll be only a matter of time before we get, like, new elements. But it'll take a while, though. I don't expect us to get new elements until after the first major story arc is done. Part of the reason why I'm kind of disappointed that Skirk is coming out so early, because I thought for sure that, Skirk is such a lore-heavy character, is such a lore-important character that, you know, surely they'll save her for much later, and they'll make her, like, our first, like, darkness element type or whatever the fuck, but no, she's just a fucking ordinary-ass cryo, I guess. Sure, whatever. I guess I'll just have to pray that Dainsleif is that new, will eventually become playable with and be like and have like one of those new elements that I'm talking about. It's like, sure, whatever, I guess. I guess we can try running Arlecchino, Yelan, and I don't know, fucking Xingqiu, I guess. Fuck it, I don't know. Do we know Seiba's element star? Yeah, wind. That was kind of obvious. I'm more surprised, slightly surprised that Emiya isn't imaginary, considering his whole fucking unlimited blade works shit. But I guess Quantum is okay too. Silly question. Which star rail would you, or which 5-star would you C6 in Genshin if I could, aside from the ones that I already have? C6 a character in Genshin? Well, probably Maoika. Probably.
冒険者の生活はどうやら性に合っているようだ。
Genshin has a habit of making lore important characters like Ningguang kind of mid. If you're using Ningguang as an example, that's not a very good example because Ningguang was like a launch character. These days, the more lore important heavy characters are actually very fucking good. Like, we know for a fact that Skirk is going to be quite strong. Her DPS apparently is second only to Novelette, and that's assuming you don't have a Escoffier, who's going to be most likely her best teammate. If she does have a Escoffier, then I believe I've been told that she becomes the best character in the game, or the best DPS in the game. So, Genshin's whole thing of making lore characters like kind of mid, that's kind of in the past now. Unless, of course, they've had other characters come out recently where they're kind of like whatever, but I don't think most of them have been that lore heavy or that important to the story overall. Still impressed that there are complaints about Saber in general. Well, I mean, it's fucking Hoyo, so yeah. There are people who are always gonna be fucking, you know, pissed about something. Wind? Why never associate Saber with wind? Oh, it's easy because if you watch the animes, if you watched Yeah, if you watch the animes or I guess if you even read the visual novel, I don't want to sound like a fucking fate elitist here, but you'd pick this up if you watched the animes. Saber hides her sword. I think Masamune already explained, or Chai's explained it. Saber hides her Excalibur with wind magic. Yeah, it's called it's specifically the spell she uses to hide it is specifically called Invisible Air. And she usually only removes it when she's about to pop Excalibur, as in her Noble Phantasm. Otherwise, she keeps it hidden. Because, you know, in a normal Holy Grail war, servants are supposed to keep their identities secret. Because otherwise, if servants find out what their identities are, then yeah, they'll figure out how to counter them. Because I believe servants in from the Throne of Heroes, like they all kind of know each other, I think. So the moment a servant reveals their identity, that's a huge disadvantage for them. So they only want to do it when, you know, they have something to gain from it, right? Like popping your Noble Phantasm in a Holy Grail war is an instant like, oh yeah, you're this servant. It's an instant identity giveaway. And for some servants, their weapons are so iconic that I'm assuming like showing their weapons themselves is also just a straight up dead giveaway. So yeah, that's why Saber hides her fucking sword. Or that's how the fucking lore goes, I guess. That's still just one skill. You figure Excalibur is pure light or nuke damage. Wouldn't that more better dictate her element? Yeah, but there's no light element in Star Rail though. Unless you're thinking of imaginary, but imaginary does not automatically mean a light element. Star Rail doesn't really have a light element. And like any element can do nuke damage, so like what else is she gonna be? Besides, Saber in some of FGO's animations, especially Saber's extra attack, the voice line that she uses to use her extra attack directly refers to wind. So she does have some attacks that actually invoke wind at some point. Like she does have some control over wind. I don't know how much exactly, but some of her attacks, at least in FGO, like they visibly have wind effects. So it's like, well, yeah, wind is kind of an obvious element for her. I don't know what else she could be, personally. Also, Excalibur is the breath of the earth itself. You know, I guess there's that too. I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that myself. Is Richard Lionheart already in FGO? Yeah, he was. He joined very recently, earlier this year. He was JPFGO's New Year's servant this year. Part of a tie-in to the what's that anime called that's coming out soon TM Strange Fake. It's a tie-in to a Strange Fake. So some people are coping them. They said Saber's sword is also just from her imagination. Yeah, fucking tourists. Obvious fucking tourists. Saber's sword is imaginary? Ha! Yes. Tell me that you've never played any of the Fate games or watched any of the Fate animes without telling me you've never consumed any Fate media. Saber's sword is imaginary. They must be confusing her for fucking Emi, I guess. Holy fucking tourists, bro. So yeah, no, Articlaws, like, if Saber wasn't Wind and Star Rail, then what else could she possibly be? She's not imaginary. Because contrary to some people, no, I don't know why she would, or contrary to what some people think, no, nothing about Saber is imaginary. Unless you want to consider the fact that she's a servant, in which case, I guess, but that would mean that Emiya would also have to be, imaginary too, but clearly he's not either. He's Quantum. I mean, if anybody, Amiya or who is it? Fucking Archer would have to be the imaginary one. Like imaginary, I would actually understand with Archer because you know his fucking projection ability. But maybe I assumed Mihoyo thought that Quantum would fit that bill better, and I don't disagree either. Why not water or cryo? Well, Star Rail doesn't have a water element. They do have ice, but like I don't know why. I don't know how ice would fit Saber. Excalibur is a sword from a lake? I mean, yes, but clearly she doesn't have any water powers. She has wind powers, but not water. So that's kind of a stretch. And Saber can walk on water and shit. Yeah, but I think servants can just do that in general. Or maybe it's not like an inherent trait for all servants, but I would imagine servants can just use like their fucking magic powers to fucking walk on water and shit. I don't know how advanced of a technique walking on water is in the Nasuverse. Is Archer imaginary? In Starro, no, he's Quantum. Yeah, manipulation or some shit like that. Saber is able to walk on water thanks to the Lady of the Lake's protection, but she's not actually using water in any other way. Yeah. So yeah, I don't see why Saber should be Hydro or Cryo. Lads is currently the most profitable gacha. Well, it's certainly very consistent, yes. Really unexplored audience. Well, it's not that they're unexplored, they're just untapped. And Lads is demonstrating very clearly that yes, ultimate gacha games or like gacha games that are targeted at a female audience can be very, very fucking profitable. You wish Archer had Ro Ias? Yeah, unfortunately, Starrill is dog shit, so, you know. We can't have all the nice things in the world. Still surprising to see FGO still making 10 mil a month. I mean, it is FGO still, after all. Still one of the biggest gacha games in the world, though it's no longer the biggest. Saber is the least powerful of the new upcoming gachas. Why not just full power capitalize on the collab? Usually in gacha games, collab characters are not that strong. It's only been like somewhat recently where gacha games have been trying to make collab characters at least a little better. Nikke being the standout example where a lot of our recent collab characters are actually very fucking good, especially from the Evangelion collab. Because a lot of the Evangelion characters, both the Asukas... Yeah, it's mainly the Asukas. I think Mari is actually really good too, as a Burst 2 character. But, like, both of the Asukas from our Evangelion collabs in Nikke are fucking top tier as fuck. Especially Asuka 2. The wind character, the wind element, Asuka, the one with the eye patch. She's hilariously top tier. But usually in most gacha games, collab characters aren't really that strong. I think the reason why is because developers don't want. Well, it's kind of twofold. One, developers don't want to make collab characters that strong, so that way if people miss out on them, they don't feel like they're missing out too badly. Right, because collabs are always very tricky to have reruns for. And oftentimes, if you have a rerun, oftentimes they never get reruns at all. or when you have a collab event, there's a good chance that they might never get a rerun at all. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is I feel like devs don't want collab characters to be that strong, because that means that you know, it's like, oh, like they want people to concentrate on their own original characters, you know, instead of concentrating too much on the collab characters themselves. Like, the collab characters are cute and all, right? And they can be strong, but they shouldn't be the main focus, because they're not like part of the story itself, right? They're guest characters. That's all they are. And so I feel like devs don't want to make collab characters that strong because of that reason. Because guest characters or collab characters have the potential to, like, take away from the story somehow. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, student. They don't want third-party characters that outshine their own. Yeah, at least not too badly. And then you have Nikke, where they're like, oh yeah, fuck it. You know, Asuka can be top tier because we love Asuka. So yeah, it's unfortunate if it turns out that Saber is in fact the weakest out of the 3 characters for next patch, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. Personally, I'm just glad to see Saber in Star Rail. I think that's, on its own, I think that's cool. I mean, she could be bottom tier. I'd still be happy, though not as happy, of course. But as long as Saber is serviceable, as long as we can use her somehow, that's fine. Don't really care. Imagine if Saber is the absolute meta DPS for like months on end. That'd be kind of funny, but we'll see if that happens. Slop Gacha CC's going monkey on recent Gacha. Yeah, it's the start. It's the start of the new month. So yeah, you know for a fact, it's that time of the month again. Time to go engage in fucking retarded ass autistic Gacha PvP. Because what's Gacha content? Fucking retards. In Summoner's War, their Prisma Ilya characters are super busted. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, obviously you'll have some exceptions there. Okay, let's see if I can fucking make this team work.
形は精神と共に雨描きがたし最優貫くいやせいと聞け太陽の本能を加速するぞどの目が出るかしら痛がっちゃいない
Oh, right. That didn't really do too much more. I think the problem is that I was bringing Hydro characters against Hydro enemies. Why the fuck did they even tell you to bring Hydro enemies anyway? Fuck was up with that? Or why the hell did they even tell you to bring Hydro characters anyway? That's actually kind of a fucking scumbag move, actually. Oh, bring Hydro characters, but we're gonna throw Hydro immune enemies at you. Holy fucking autism, Batman. Honestly, with all the enemies that we're fighting there, honestly, I feel like we'd be better off bringing Electro characters. Because all the enemies there are resistant to the Overload knockback. So it's like, might as well bring Overload then. Am I wrong? So what? Bring fucking Raiden, Miko, and Chevy, I guess? I guess I'll find out if Overload is the way to go here. Huh. I even got less points for that? I think that has something to do with me not bringing proper characters for that, I think. Or it must be because I wasn't bringing any Hydra or Geo characters, I think. Because I remember somebody in Twitch chat saying that you don't lose any points for not bringing Hydra, I think. So I guess they really want you to bring those fucking elements then, huh? Dog shit ass game. Wonder if I bring... What happens if I bring double Geo then? Would that work? Maybe something like this. I wonder if Zhongli can petrify these guys. Oh yeah, he can. That's cool. Even then, this takes way too long. Ugh. Also, I didn't get any of my fucking energy back for breaking this motherfucker's shield. What the fuck? This fucking bitch. Yeah. This one's gonna be a fucking bitch. The way they say they try to sell characters with this event is almost desperate. Technically, there's nothing wrong with this event. Like, it's my own problem for being autistic enough to want the plat medals. You don't have to go for the plat medals. What do they give you? Just some Mora and 2 of these fucking things? That's not worth going for most people. And besides, getting 8K score is very fucking easy. Or at least it should be. The only reason why you want plat is because you're fucking autistic about it, which I am. So no, I disagree. This event isn't them trying to sell characters. If they want to sell characters, they wouldn't give you these trial characters to begin with. Because remember, we had that one name card event where the game didn't give you trial characters at all, and it was like, oh yeah, you basically have to bring Mav if you want to get like a top score, in order to get the name card thing. Like, technically speaking, that event was even worse. Whereas this one, it's whatever. What do you miss out on? Some Mora? Oh, gee. Oh my god, I'm missing out so much. No, it's just me. This is just me being autistic about it. So, I'm suffering because I choose to. But I am still determined to see this through, though. Let me try this. Raiden, Chiori, let's see. Chiori, Zhongli. Let's try that. Yeah, it's for bragging rights, yeah. It's simply to flex that your account is good enough to be able to do it. So, you know, try not to sound like a Wuwa Glazer, you know, by saying, you know, oh, you know, it's so MiHoYo's so desperate in trying to sell characters. And that's not really the case. Oh, I just realized that I don't have a Hydro character, so I'm getting less fucking points for this shit. Who the fuck do we even want to bring in here, then? I guess Yelan.
霹靂
ファッションは私が定義する。たもと
揺らぐこと
糸よ工作せよ痛がっちゃいないよと
Nope. These motherfuckers, the Hydro guys.
天道万象新天道地
紅に染まって散りなさい。
剣女盤石
かかれ終わりで撤した石煙に葬られよ止める勇気はあるか
絹のような弱さね。
揺らぐことなし天理チョーク
The meteor fucking Zhongli's ultimate just fucking completely missed missed the enemies, but at least there's my 8k score there. Okay. So we actually were able to get that one done, huh? Let's see if it's enough though.
太陽の本能を
じゃあ行くよ。さあ働く。
もうええよ石煙に葬ら
I didn't want to get hit by that the cryo shit. And I canceled Mauika's biker form, so that wasn't good either.
通常聞け太陽の本能を
Oh, also, I think I'm fucking up here because I'm using Mauika's skill. I don't think I'm supposed to do that because I think that ruins the cryo application from Sitlolly. So I just go straight into Sitlolly first.
手加減なしよ。
もうええよ石煙に葬られよ
I think I ruined that one too. Gonna have to try this again until I get it right.
じゃあ行くよ。
Yeah, there we go.
天下で裁く
Even then, that didn't do much damage. Unless that's just her. Unless that's just her damage. Fuck! Did I accidentally skip the? If I start with second side, will it keep my score from the first side? Nope. Well, then I guess I must have ruined that shit. Time to do that shit the first side all over again. Dog shit ass event. I shouldn't have used Yelan's I shouldn't have used Yelan's fucking not Yelan. Mawika's ultimate there. I should have saved it for the owl enemies. Dog shit ass event infrastructure.
新天道地
烈日にかかれ痛がっちゃいないよかかれたやこの天下で裁く
That fucking miss? I think it did. Fuck this game. Fucking hate the enemy and whenever enemies apply cryo to you. Gee, enemies sure don't suffer the fucking speed debuff whenever we put cryo on their asses. Or at least I don't think so. And if it does, it probably doesn't even affect them that much.
岩山八九天道万象
ファッションは私が定義する。
かかれ糸よ工作せよ
天道ここにあり揺らぐことなし
Did Zhongli try putting a pillar on top of one of the other pillars?
紅に染まって散りなさい。
せ天理チョーク新天道地
捕まえたどの目が出るかしらかかれもうええ
Yeah, this one isn't good enough either. Because last time I was able to do that, I was able to kill that guy really, really fast. Okay. 10 seconds left.
絹のような弱さね。
痛がっちゃいない捕まえた烈日よ
I think I got like 7,600, which I guess is good enough. It's not quite 8,000, but...
私に従え。アクセル全開。引け。太陽の炎を。
こうともしまう痛い
響け。格のない。せえ。みんなは俺が。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
この天下で裁く。加速するぞ。どよめく進学。くらえ。全力攻撃だ。
スイッチにめよ。契約を果たせ。ストラリー。
石煙に葬られよ。
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna bother trying to get plat metal here. Because even after going through all those enemies on second half, I don't know if I'm capable of killing that last way up enemy. If it were another enemy that I could like one-shot right off the bat, then maybe, but that was a fucking way up. So nah, I don't think 8k score is gonna be possible for me second half. If there was a way for me to run what? First half? I think somebody suggested Farina. I could try her instead. But I don't know if Farina's gonna... I don't know if Farina's gonna get the job done. I get Farina's strong and all that, but... enough to get, what, like... Assuming that I hit 7,200 score on second half, what is it going to be enough for me to hit what 9,000 something, like almost 9,000 score on first half? I don't know. You got this, bro? I don't think so, but I'll try. And besides, I want to get started on the Mondstadt event quest today, and at this rate, I'm probably not even going to start it. They really raised the plat achievement. Yeah, getting plat medals is not as easy as it used to be. I do agree with that. Then again, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, just something that I've noticed as well. Forgot about the event, or you forgot about the Mondstadt quest. Fuck this fuck ass event. Yeah, that's what I like to say too, but I'll give this like 1 or 2 more earnest tries, and if it doesn't work out, then whatever, fuck it, we ball. Excuse me. This team's gonna be a fucking weird one. I have no idea how this team's gonna work. No idea what this will do. Actually, no. Her ultimate should give us better bonus damage bonus, so it's not useless. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, Farina's not gonna do shit. Yeah, Farina just takes too long. The last couple of combat events I've noticed, they don't start you with any energy. The fact that you have to generate energy from scratch is what really fucking murders this event for me. It's like you let us start with full energy in Abyss, maybe not in Theater, but Theater's a different thing. But you let us start with full energy in Spiral Abyss, so like you're not gonna give us full energy here? It's like what the fuck? Like they don't even start with half energy like they do in MOC and Star Rail. You're gonna hate the new you're gonna hate the new endgame mode that's been leaked for next patch. Well, then it's not only gonna be me then. Prepare the Fadge, boys. Yeah, and lose out on 30% of your team's potential damage just because you're going for more energy. Okay, well I'm gonna stop wasting my time with that event then. So just make sure that I've gotten all the rest of the rewards then. Yeah. All right, those events can go fuck themselves. Might I even say those events can just fucking burn in hell for all I care. I still have to remember to get the exploration shit done before, what, 15 days? See, this one's done, I think. Was there an afterward? No, I already did that. And then theater is reset, so I can go do that right now. New endgame mode is co-op? Holy fuck, that's one way to kill any interest I had in that fucking game mode. Holy fuck, we need more gacha games to come out ASAP. Clearly, Wuthering Waves on its own wasn't enough. We need more fucking Genshin killers on we need more Genshin killers pronto. Maybe Genshin does deserve to fucking die. Oh, that's cute. They're giving us Dehya as one of our special guest stars. Baiju is a healer, I think. Max 20 members in a party. Well, shit. I guess we can go with these guys. Genshin killer equals uninspired open world, unfortunately. Well, the first couple, yeah, maybe. But I have more faith in future open world games or open world gachas. At the very least, NTE is interesting because it'll be our first like urban setting open world, and I don't count Zenless because Zenless is not true open world. And besides, NTE has its own quote-unquote aesthetic, so in my mind, NTE is different enough where I consider it to be our first urban GTA style, not GTA clone, that's different. GTA style urban open world setting kind of thing. So it'll be a different vibe at the very least, even if it's, you know, sort of uninspired, but hopefully it's not. Hopefully it is inspired. Even Ganyu will now be top tier. Oh, she went from top tier to like high tier and back up to top tier again? Huh. Emily, Alhytham. Let's see. I guess we can rock Emily for now, because I noticed we have Sino. Let's see. Danger character. These are both cryo guys, right? Let's see. Danger characters have an advantage. So Sino, I'm gonna save Nahida for later. So let's see. I want to save Fischl as well for later. So I think I'll just rock these 4 for now. Mika's kind of a throwaway character, to be honest. Huh, I didn't realize that Dendro was really good for what is it? Dealing with the cryo. Or cryo shields rather. At least I think that was cryo. That was cryo, right? Dendro's obviously good against Hydra. Yeah, unless they're all Hydra, in which case, yeah, I was freaking out over nothing. Huh, barely got it done in time, I think. Let's see. I'll go with Alhytham, actually. Mystery Cache. Sure, whatever, I don't care. I don't really care. Ooh, nice, random companion. Who do we want here? Eon-san or Rosaria? Probably Eon-san for now. Let's see. Kill everybody in 75 seconds. I think I can do that. Hey, Naruto, welcome back. It's been a while. From your experience, Genshin, Wuwa, Data Live, gachas all have miserable online. It seems to be a thing where most gacha games have dog shit netcode. I mean, to be fair, you know, co-op isn't exactly an emphasis in gacha games, even though it should be. I think I'll bring Alhytham for this one. Alhytham, we'll have Fischl coming along. see. I guess Eon-san and Mika, I guess. I kind of don't want to use Eon-san here, but whatever.
治療は僕にお任せ。
合図を待てよな。もし断罪の名において
強制ここか軍港夜の源源
突破口を開きましょう。
カウントスタート。呼吸
もらった
How's life? Similar as usual. Slightly better, technically. Who do we want? Diano or Keking? Probably Keking. I think we need another Electro DPS because we already have, we still have Chi-Chi as a sort of healer, I guess, because we already used them. We have already used the Mika, I think. Ooh. Wider selection this time. Let's see. We have a lot of cryo characters here. I'll go with Sit Lolly for now.
手伝ってあげる。
Electro Companion. Lovely. Let's see.
私の
Bring
合図を見てから
Cookie.
行動するんだ。
Dendro character. Tignari.
また誰か毒キノコを食べたの？
Oh, against the mushroom. Let's see here. All Hytham should be good for this. All Hytham Fischl, the All Hytham Fischl setup. All Hytham Fischl, Dendro, or who is it? Cole, and then Cookie. Or, yeah, Cookie. Facing the wrong way.
姿を見せ頼むよこれアンバー。
This is the fucking annoying part about this fucking boss. He runs around all over the goddamn place.
邪魔をするな。
お嬢様の
これならどうだ。
役払い。
断罪の名に
Let's see here. We still have Cookie, we still have Chi-Chi, so Ganyu it is. No free companions, huh? Well, that's not great. Oh yeah, this is the bullshit defense sequence, I think. Who do we want to use here then? I want to use Tignari, but at the same time I kind of don't. I wonder if I want to use one of my cryo characters for this. Do I do this then? No, I don't want to use Keking there. Maybe I can technically use Ganyu, but it's gonna be very weird to use.
この仕事は排除するべきですね。部外者禁止。しっかり立ってな。我に光。
無意味な抵抗は勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を罪を償うがいい。審判の時だ。
2 down.
役払いおとなしくしな。お触り禁止。相関化粧。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。管理します。
降伏しろ。判決からは逃れられない。罪を償うがいい。
Oh god, the monolith HP is already less than 37%. Yeah.
再構成します。福育の語り。
逃げ場はないぞ。この身で万象を粛清する。審判の時だ。
役払い邪魔をするな。管理します。
勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。罪を償うがいい。
瑠璃のように落ちなさい。部外者禁止。我に光。
Ugh, this is gonna be fucking rough, man. Honestly, I think going with the other one, the harder one, might actually be better because I think those are against ruin guards, and ruin guards are pretty easy to distract. Maybe I should have gone with that one instead.
渚のリーグ相関化粧。元王帝君のために。お触り禁止。や福育の語り。
この身で万象を粛清する。対価を断つ。審判の時だ。罪を償う。
左パッチョ。部外者禁止。相関化粧。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。 審判の時だ。代価を断つ。罪を。
役払い邪魔をするな。部外者禁止。お触り禁止。風雪の祝文。再構成します。我の光。
無意味な抵抗はこの身で万象を粛清する。代価を断つ。 審判のしっかり立ってな。おとなしくしな。
部外者禁止。この仕事は排除するべきです。清掃を開始。
勝利をしてやる。お前の罪を。
Okay, much better that time. Who do I want to bring here? We already have Sit Lale, so I guess we'll bring Diano. I guess. Consume all the flowers in your possession. No, that's not worth it. Sure. Oh, nice. We get all Hyphem and Emily back. Excellent. Raiden, please. Random companion. Baishin might not be bad here actually, because we need more Denjo characters. Let's see, cryo character. Ah, yes. Excellent. I've been waiting for this. Cryo characters, you say? Well, say no more. I guess I'll use these two. Kind of don't want to use two healers at the same time, but I don't really feel like using anybody else here. Maybe I could have used Eon-san, but oh well. Who the hell was that? Not killing enemies as fast as I want to here, though. I may have to pull out Sit Lolly for this, which is gonna fucking suck if I have to. Yeah, 15 seconds. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to kill 10 more enemies. I need Sit Lolly here. You finished the Clash of Clans event? Yeah, I already did. Remember when people actually liked Kekken gameplay? I still do, to be honest. I think she's a sick fucking character to this day.
手加減なしよ。
I think I barely got it. Actually, no, it didn't. I thought I killed that last enemy. I guess I just must have run out of time.
口封じは任せたからね。戦法を開け、権限せよ。諸行。
元王帝君のために相関化粧部外者禁止逃がさない陣営のごとくふわっ相関化粧
さあ、働きなさい。シトラリー、キッズパパ、こうよ。せいせいルテ
部外者禁止瑠璃のように落ちなさい瞬く間にはっ我が剣よ影に従え
もっと早く行け。やスイッチミネよ、契約を果たせ。聞きたまえ、ここにてね。そりゃ諸教の道を悪用の力を思い知りなさい。さあ、働く。
相関化粧この仕事は排除するべきですね陣営のごとくデア逃がさない
もっと手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。我が名はドアクシン君なり、せいせいルテ。
お触り禁止
Waste of a shot.
風雪の縮図部外者禁止瞬く間にふわっ陣営のごとくはっ
シトラリー、キッズパパ、こうよ。
我が剣よ影に従え相関化粧
Did I get it that time? Nope, I did not. What's with this last enemy being so fucking hard to kill?
行こうよ
口封じは任せたからね。聞きたまえ、ここにて命ずる。
この仕事は排除するべきですね部外者禁止お触り禁止
I guess I don't use Kecking at all. I just shoot, snipe bitches with Ganyu shit.
健康よ
And as soon as I say that, I use Kecking shit anyway.
瞬く間に
スイッチミネよ、契約を果たせ。悪用の力を戻れ。
部外者禁止元王帝君のためにお触り禁止
手加減なしよ。シトラリー、キッズパパ、こうよ。戦法を開け、権限。
部外者禁止この仕事は排除するべきですね陣営のごとく
スイッチミネよ、
我が剣よ影に従え瞬く間にお触り禁止
せい、
陣営のごとく
口封じは任せたからね。手加減なしよ。
風雪の縮図やっせ
聞きたまえ、ここにて命ずる。
瞬く間に相関化粧
シトラリー、キッズパパ、こうよ。スイッチミネよ。
瑠璃のように落ちなさい
行け、もっと。
部外者禁止
Okay, there we go. Having Kecking in the party is a little bit oof, but whatever. Shenhe. See, Exedra had new difficulty chaos. Yes, I did. I haven't tried it myself yet, though. Range has an advantage. Is this the fucking enemy, that fucking jumps everywhere? Is this that bitch? Oh, God. If that's the case, I'm gonna have to pull out, these guys, then. This is one guy by himself, but...
はびこりなさい。私のお家にいらっしゃい。
裁きの雷試練満員だよ。一応目を覆える。それ。ここより弱滅の時。内面がやってしまう。
Oh, I think I recognize this. This is that bullshit hydro shield that I know some characters have, or some enemies have. Not that it matters, but I think they've done that shit before, where some enemies get like a bullshit shield that also does damage to you or some shit like that. Imagine Dehya becoming a good DPS. What do you mean? She already is a good DPS already. You just gotta have her at C6 and have the, you know, the best stats ever. Rosario or... I think Rosario is probably better here. Probably. Oh, that bitch. I think I'd rather deal with these motherfuckers. Oh god, Wayob and what is it? Wayob and Heralds. Well, actually, Abyss Herald Wicked. This guy's the Hydro guy, right? Aren't these guys both Hydro? Dendro I guess technically both Cryo and Dendro characters will have an advantage here, so I guess I would have to take this. Sorry, I didn't know. My bad. Didn't know it was that easy. Yeah, just grind all the best stats for Dehya. It's so easy. I did it. It only took me 4 months. And like a third of my lifespan. Yes, the best stage and the best soundtrack of Theater. They said Dendro characters have an advantage, right? I wonder if it's actually worth taking quad Dendro. Probably not, but... I think what I... well, should I bring triple Dendro? Definitely bringing Alhaitham, though. Let's see... I guess I can use Emily. Because if I bring Cryo characters, then Cryo will react with Hydra, and it'll ruin the fucking it'll ruin that shit, I think. It's gonna be a weird team.
命の重みを知りなさい。ようやくは
震えなさい。
もらった。産卵。終焉の使命。私を甘く見ないで。反省しなさいよ。薬も毒になり得ます。さあ、婦人観来です。挑戦。
Yeah, because now he transforms into this bullshit. Man, it's been a while since I last fought this dude. Kind kind of takes me back, honestly.
もらったはっやっとはっと
私は甘く見ない。
薬も毒になるはっやっはっ軍行
諦めてパーディクト
Funnily enough, I almost have enough DPS, but no, we need we can't run double healer. We gotta run somebody else there. Honestly, I feel like I need to pull out my Raiden here. Might have to use Raiden here the second time, which fucking sucks, but Raiden it is then.
アビスに使えよすぐに直しておきましょう
許さない眠るのよ見切りました
強制やっ誰だ理論の演劇
逃げ道はありません
破滅をようやく口に終焉のもらったここかやっ
Alright, I forgot. This bitch reduces delays your skill cooldowns like a little fucking. I said a word I shouldn't say.
裁きの怒り
薬も毒になり得ない
許さないパーディクト逃げ道はありません稲光すなわち永遠なりやっ
Okay, we take Varessa here so that way we can use Varessa and Ian-san, I think. Climatic Showdown. We have 3 more fights left, I think. This guy is... I'm betting this guy is the fucking array dude from Sumeru. Yeah, the algorithm boss. I know exactly what this motherfucker is. Sucks that we had to use... I felt like I had to use Raiden in the last one, but hopefully Kecking will be good enough here. Let's see... I guess I could also technically use, well, actually, never mind on Ian-san. She's already gone, so... I'll rip that idea. Kecking, I suppose. Kecking it is, then, I guess. Emily... Still saving these 2 for the final boss if I need them. Let's see... Maybe this? This is a weird fucking team.
すぐに直しておきましょう
治療しな再構成します福育の語り逃がさない陣営のごとくはっはーやっはっでやはっ瞬く間に
I can't see where the boss is.
くらえ渾身の一撃ヒーロー決断頭突き
Oh, no matter. Didn't matter anyway.
ようやくは口に見え命
陣営のごとく我が剣よ影に従えそりゃでやはっさ我の光行くよはー見ててよ突撃
薬も毒になり得ますさあ
清掃を開始し逃がさない
Actually, I don't see the boss anywhere. Where the fuck is the boss? Normally he teleports over off to the side somewhere, and you can still hit him, but I don't see him anywhere. No, he's right there. Yeah, he's right here. He was really hard to see for some reason. Normally you can see him a lot faster than that.
すぐに直しておきましょうようやく
福育の語りやっ我が剣よ影に従え
Yeah, it's too hard to try to track him down. Normally you can see him really easily, but for some reason I'm not seeing him. This is not nearly enough DPS though, even if I play that perfectly. Yeah, I kind of feel like we need, I'm gonna need Raiden here. It's either that or I bust out my Tignari, I use my Tignari and Nahida Ace right now, and I don't want to do that. And besides, I don't have any good electro applicators either, so using Tignari here, I don't even know if that's gonna be worth it. Maybe I can just get away with just using Nahida, maybe? Like, something like this? This is gonna be really weird, but then again, theater's all about weird teams. Well, we don't have anybody, since I don't have Varessa to do nuke damage, well, I can't even destroy these things fast enough even if I wanted to. Oh yeah, that's right. Nahida tracks down the fucking algorithm bitch with her skills, so I can just look where that is. I can just check where that is, actually, now that I think about it.
私のお家にいらし逃がさない陣営のごとくはっよっ急がないはっふん瞬く間にふわっディアはっさ再構成します治療しないとなさあ福育の語りこれこそが知恵の伝道健康よ世の乱れを切り尽くせ
Still isn't enough damage though. Holy fuck. I mean, that's good damage and all, but... Yeah, it's not enough. Kekking's not strong enough for this. Oh, that's shitty. Then I did need Raiden for this. Alright, time to fucking rewind this shit. I think we'd rather go with this one instead then. Instead of the fucking Hydro stage. God, Cryo and fucking Dendro, man. dog shit ass theater. Even fucking Superconduct would be better. Okay, I think I barely got it. Yeah. Ayaka or Miko? Probably Miko. We need more Electro characters, I think. Also, can I fucking refresh my event so I get some more damn companions, please? Fucking piece of shit. More DPSs. Oh, finally, Scofield. It's about time she fucking showed up. Don't think I'm gonna get... Oh, got one other one here. Oh, now they give me fucking Varessa. Sure. 'Cause I already have a lot of, cryo characters. Personally, this theater wasn't as bad as the last one. It's slightly worse for me overall. Simply because Denjo and Cryo don't even have a fucking reaction. Then I don't even know what the final stage 10 boss is. So this shit is gonna fucking blow. Pray for the fucking best, I guess. I'm gonna save Raiden's ultimate for when we disable the this motherfucker. Yep. Much fucking better. Where's he at? Oh, right over here. Fuck you. Kaya, because I think we already have Sit Lolly. Restores 1 vigor, but no, fuck that shit. Run 1 random special guest star will join, but after completing this, no more alternate casts. Members will join the principal cast. Is that worth it? Because we're almost at the end anyway. Sure, whatever. I don't even know who I don't even know who I fucking got there. Lovely. Dendro characters? Do I? Well, yeah, I do have. Technically, I have some Dendro characters, but yeah, Hydro Abyss Mage. I think I can do this one just because I have a lot of cryo characters. Yeah, I've got plenty. Also, Fear, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for the 60-month resub. Welcome back. Thanks for the 5 years. Where's your retirement paycheck? One day, man. One day. Let's see. What's this dude's name again? I forgot. Bring his ass. Bring Rosaria, Escoffier, and Shenhe? Like this? We'll go mono cryo here. Oh god, this is the fucking bounty shit. Yeah, right. Forgot about this. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think I got it. How do you feel about FGO class scores? Well, now that we have them, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about them. They're whatever, I guess. Oh god, what is this fucking boss? Secret Source Automaton. What is this dude again? Overseer device? I have no idea what that guy is. Layla's my last character, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what this boss is, so I will go in with my Tignari Miko team here. I don't even have a full team for the Dendro shit. Oh, and cryo characters have weakness. So hey, wait, that's cool to know. Just wasted all my fucking blessing shit. Lovely. Dog shit ass game. I guess I'll be taking these for them. Oh, it's this guy. I know this guy. We had to farm this guy for Escoffier's fucking essential materials. And then, if that's the case, then this shouldn't be too bad. Then. Feel like you could do this without wasting both Nahida and Raiden. Well, Raiden and Nahida ended up not really even being what we needed there anyway. Because yeah, that boss you need crowd characters, and I didn't really use crowd characters that much leading up to it. So I was worrying over nothing basically. Where do I get the rewards again? Over here. Stellar rewards? What are these? Oh yeah, that's right. They started doing this recently. Oh yeah, that's right. Do we have any new echoes that we have to do? No, we are all caught up with echoes. Kind of surprised they didn't give us any new echoes to unlock this time around. Because usually there's always like a couple of characters, like 2 characters at least, that you don't have enough echo keys to unlock yet, but I guess that time I'm all caught up. What am I getting a notification for here in theater lobby? The fuck? Unlock the character pose? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. It's like, is it this thing? Yeah, it's this shit. Well, whatever the fuck these are supposed to be for. I don't know. Just buy everybody's, I guess. I don't really know why this is a thing, but sure, why not? Is that all the ladies? I think it is. Just buy everyone else's. Okay. Sure. No idea what I'm ever gonna use those for. I still have the fucking notification thing. Fuck you. Alright, chat. It's time to waste my fucking hard-earned gems on another fucking coin flip loss, because I think I've been losing most of my coin flips recently, so why would this be any different? Yeah, I know it's for like the camera shit. I'm probably never gonna use it, but whatever. Here we go, yep. Ugh. Oh well, the moment we've all been waiting for, I guess. Whee! More purple shit. Actually, what constellation level is my Lynette, actually? Because I noticed she's not C6 yet. Maybe she was C4 before. No, she's C6 now. Cool. I don't know if I'm going to use her, but she's cute, I guess. Now the Sarah. Yeah, they're both of them are on right up. Interesting 4-star lineup, actually, now that I look at it. How many was that? 4 multis, I think? I think it was 4 multis. Nice, double 4-star. That should be number 6. Gotta dip into the Genesis crystals now. That should be 7. This next one should be a 5-star. Keyword should. See if it is or not. Yeah, it is. Alrighty. Let's see who we get. Pray that it's at least Mizuki if I'm gonna get fucking spooked like usual, but I guess we'll see. That looks like him, yeah. Alright, cool. Actually not punished. Unfortunately, there go all my fucking gems, so there go all my potential skirk pulls. How much more time do we have left? Like 2 weeks, I think. They're gonna keep yapping.
商売の小の字も知らねえのか偉大なる清流ゴフルアハウがお前みてえな間抜けと契約を結んだって考えると
I like how most of it is just Ahal fucking yapping. It's not actually Kinich himself. Alright, are you done? Alright, back down to fucking 0. Woohoo! Lovely. Now I get to level up his ass too. Does he also take fucking fangs? Oh boy, I'm looking forward to genociding all the fucking dinosaurs on the map again. I need to grind more of these things. Farm the fucking Mountain King again. Actually, is Aoife level 90 yet? He's not even level 90 yet, what the fuck? Oh, I need more of the Saurian claws and the fucking turquoise things. Ew. Okay. I'm definitely not rolling for his fucking weapon then. Do we have any other options for weapons at least? There's a brawler class in Crystal of Atlan. Nice. You missed the polls, Finkel? You barely missed it. I did win the 50-50, yes, but I had to go all the way to soft pity. Let's see. He wants oh. Not unexpected. He also wants fucking Serpent Spine. Woohoo! However, Serpent Spine performs much worse without a shielder. Oh, is that the case? I guess he's really exposed, but technically speaking, Kinich should have really good survivability, though, simply because he always moves around everywhere for free. See, Serpent Spine. I know I have a spare copy of Serpent Spine, but it's not R5 or anything. It's gonna take me some time getting a more R5, what is it? More R5 weapons. Or more R5 Serpent Spines. Honestly, after I got a copy of each of the Season 2 Genshin Battle Pass weapons, I should have honestly started collecting more Serpent Spines immediately. to be honest. You can use Beacon of Reed C. Yeah, but I only have one copy, and that one's reserved for my Dehya. Fuck Kinich if he wants Beacon. That's my Dehya's. She ain't ever losing her Beacon. Her bacon. Bit sad that Kenish isn't voiced by Yuri Lowenthal for Ian despite the recast. Dude voiced Sasuke, Ben 10, and Spider-Man, and Kenish is all three of them. Yeah, I guess missed opportunity, I suppose. Let's see here. He needs more gems and he needs Saurian claws. Pretty sure I should be able to make those gems right now. Let's see. Unfortunate we didn't lose the guarantee for Skirk. Oh god. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if I lost the fucking coin flip. No, that's a Dendro gem. Wow, did I really run out of Animo gems? Are you fucking serious? How the fuck did that happen? Let me check my materials list here real quick. Did I seriously run out of fucking Animo gems? Really? How the fuck? Character essentially. Yeah, isn't this the Animo gem shit? It is, right? I should still have plenty. Why isn't the fucking crafting table let me fucking make them? It's right here because I have to make these things first. Oh god, do I have to do quick maths right now? I don't fucking know. We have 0 of those. Yeah, I have literally 0 of every other type of Animo gem. Let's see. Let's go with the number divisible by 3 first. Okay. Then 3. I won't make these yet, so I can keep track of how many of these things I have. So 3, 18, so we need 8. So 8 times 24 times 3, 72. Am I doing my math right there? Bit overkill. Oh well. I'm sure I'll need those gems for a future fucking Animo character later down the line. Go collect. Oh, nice. Genshin actually lets you fucking look at, see where these are just on their own here. It's just like Wuthering Waves. This way probably wasn't the way to go down there, though. Let's see. Fuck are these things? Do we have to go down into the fucking hole? We might have to, actually.
てもいいのよ。
Actually, do we? Is the map just bullshitting me here? Yeah, no, I don't think they're down here. I don't know why they would even be down here. Alright, where's my fucking, material hunting squad? I think Moalani is the one that, can track down, Natlan Specialties, I think it was. Yeah, pretty sure it's Moalani. 1, 2... I think Aoife needed 16, so 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Okay. Another one up here. Hello, good day to you, sir. You're just here to collect some materials, and I'll be on my way.
ぶつからないように。
Top up is resetting in 2.0. I believe the Zenless, if you're talking about the Zenless packs will reset next patch. So yeah, basically 2.0. So later this week. I'm gonna have to remember to buy out the packs from in Zenless myself, because I still haven't bought all the packs yet. I just need one more. Okay, Aoife should finally be done now. There we go. Level 90. What were Aoife? Did they even finish his entry now? Okay, yeah, now they finished it now. Let's see. What weapon options does he have? Reaction DPS. Okay, you can use Wandering Even Star then. Okay, perfect. So I can just level this one up for him then. Oh, it's today. Oh, right, because I think today, yeah, today's Sunday, so yeah, everything's available. Guess I'll have to think about working on that one then. Also, where do I use the obsidian ring again? Actually, hold that thought. I'm just gonna fucking look that shit up. Guguru Sensei. Sunset blue obsidian ring. Where the fuck do we use this? It is in... Oh, okay. I know exactly where that is. I know exactly where that is. Bit sad I didn't overhaul exploration a bit when Genshin came out. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna keep it a stack, like the kids say. I actually don't want them to really change Genshin exploration that much. The biggest change I want them to make to exploration is like make it so that characters can run forever. That's like the only real thing that I want them to change. Cause yeah, I think that characters should be able to run forever without taking up stamina, because that's how Wuwa does it, I think. and I'd like it if they did that in Genshin too. But like that's like the biggest change I want them to make in what is it? In Genshin, to be honest. Maybe you could do some other things that could help with like exploration, like convenience, I guess. As long as it doesn't like fundamentally change. Oh yeah, it's right here. As long as it doesn't fundamentally change how Genshin does their exploration. I don't think there's a treasure chest in here, technically. %. So we're still missing a couple things. Probably because I have to finish the story quest for this one, yeah. One single pull away from the standard banner. Genshin is the only game where you don't mind the game telling you where things are. I guess I wouldn't mind that. I mean, technically they already do it, because you saw me earlier like be able to track down the Saurian claw plants or whatever. That I guess I don't mind. What's my teapot like? Very bare bones. I still remember doing the whole graphics card trick in the teapot back when it first came out. Let's see, we still have another hour left. I guess I can keep continuing on with the world quest up here. Not much to see, basically. So, unfortunately, Finkel, we're gonna have to delay the Mondstadt quest until later this weekend. Friday, obviously, we're gonna be busy doing Zenless stuff. So maybe on Saturday, probably. No, 5.6. Well, yeah, not tonight. Not enough time. I was hoping theater wouldn't take that long, but I keep forgetting how long theater takes. Yeah, next weekend, hopefully, yeah. Saturday specifically, because Friday we'll be busy with the Zenless stuff, I imagine. Saturday's your last work day of the week. Hey, nice. Abyssal corrosion level. Reminds me of what is it, Sumeru?
食前にはさあ働く。
かかれ糸よ工作せよ
Is that it? Clear the abyssal corrosion thing. Oh, do we have to talk to the robot, I guess? Or I guess we have to escort him somewhere.
Yes.
Fushuan and Zenless sounds fire. Too bad it's Yishuan. Are they attacking the snake thing?
ガンのように羽ばたけ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
痛がっちゃいないとよっ
And I guess he'll reboot the snack. Huh, this is interesting. Like turret gameplay thing. I think we've seen this gameplay from like events and stuff, right? Reload, reload. She can bounce on this dick. Can you blow up the crystals? Yeah, you can. Infinite ammo. Infinite fucking ammo. Almost hit that one. You wish Star Rail had secret endings? Well, technically it does, but it doesn't do anything. Like, Star Rail technically has, like, bad endings, but they don't really go anywhere with that, obviously. Actually, you know what those orbs, those abyssal orbs remind me of? They kind of remind me of the saplings, the seedlings from the whatchamacallit, from Lost Belt, from FGO's Lost Belt fucking the trees of emptiness. Now that I think about it. That type of shit. Where is it telling me to go? Oh, just back here. Oh, it's telling me to go down here. Into the fucking lava. Go to the Chamber of Deliberation to pick up your permit? What the fuck does that mean? There's a robot down there who needs help. Is he gonna help me out here? I guess so. Oh. I was about to say is like, are they gonna get me to fucking cross the lava or something? Or? A luxurious chest. What is this? Oh, we have to use the Yoshis to do that shit. Would you say that M1 Rena is worth picking? Heard it's a pretty big upgrade for her. Yeah, it is. I think, however, if you really want to make Rena like up to the task for endgame stuff, you want to make sure to pick up her signature as well. So if you really want to use Rena seriously, then I would recommend M1 Rena, and then use your guaranteed, use your free 5-star engine to pick up her signature, Weeping Cradle, I think it's called. But only if you're dedicated, if you want to make Rena like really work very well. Otherwise, you can consider other options. But yes, Rena's quite good at M1, I believe. M1 plus her signature. It's too bad that she needs all that to be like really, really good. I think she's okay, even if she doesn't have all that, but still. And it gets you everything that you need. Then yep, which is why the free engine is really, really nice. I wasn't even expecting that personally myself either. I thought they would, at most, they would only give us a free, pick a free perma character, right? Pick a free perma 5-star character or S-rank character. I did not expect them to also throw in a perma engine in there just for good measure. Wuthering Waves could never. Keck W. Saint found a way to shit on Zenless. Well, yeah, of course he will. That dude's a fucking retard, so he'll just make up his own fucking excuses. I mean, he's tight with Tectone, so what the fuck else did you expect?
口封じは任せたからね。
This entire area feels like a Halo ring from Halo, but instead of advanced technology, make it magic. I mean, to be fair, technology that's sufficiently advanced enough basically comes off as magic anyway, so. But yeah, you're not wrong, actually. I do now that you mention it, I do kind of get some Halo vibes. Kind of. Not a lot, but they're there. Like, especially this area. This area looks like it'd be like, I don't know, you're like aboard like a Covenant ship, right? You're about to fight against some Covies or something. Also, how do you fucking get up here, actually? Oh, right, I think I know what they want you to do. They want you to, use the Saurian here to jump up. Like that. Oh, oops, wasted that. But yeah, I definitely see what you mean when you say this area kind of reminds you of Halo. I do agree to an extent. Such advanced tech lying around Natlan. Meanwhile, tourists say it doesn't feel like Teyvat when every nation has some sort of ancient tech buried around the region. I'm not gonna lie to you. While I'm not going to go so far as the tourists say, I'm saying, oh, Natlan doesn't feel like Teyvat, I'm not gonna be that fucking retarded. I will say it is a little bit jarring to see certain Natlan characters run around with gadgets that you don't see anywhere else in Teyvat. Because up until like Fontaine, right? Up until Fontaine, like most of all the other regions have like similar levels of tech, technically. I guess Sumeru had some technology that was like very much so advanced, I guess. And then Fontaine had like Fontaine is basically like a steampunk light version, basically like a very, very like light version of steampunk tech or steampunk technology. And you go to Natlan, and Natlan's supposed to be like very tribal, right? And like sure they have some technology, but then you have Mawika running around on a fucking bicycle, or not a bicycle, on a fucking motorcycle. It's like, okay, where the fuck did she get that? Like as a character, just her running around on a bike is cool and all. I don't really have a problem with that. It's just if we're talking about the perspective of like, does it fit into Natlan? Honestly, I would say no. Cause like, what's the in-universe explanation as to why they have that fucking technology again? Oh, Zelo and the crew and the fucking Natlan crew went into the fucking ruins somewhere, and they were able to recover some blueprints that gave them that technology, and they were able to replicate it, I guess. But like that raises so many fucking questions. Then like, how the fuck did the Dragon Age people, or the dragons or whatever, how the fuck did they even come up with that technology in the first place? More importantly, how the fuck did somebody like Zealand even like figure out how to fucking decipher those blueprints in the first place? Like, excuse me? Like, how did she even know how to fucking decipher those blueprints in the first place? Like, how do they even have any concept of a fucking motorcycle? Does Teyvat even have any other motor vehicles in the first place? Maybe Fontaine does. Maybe Sumeru might have the how should I say? Maybe they'd be able to develop motor vehicles as well. Maybe just because they're they have the whole academia thing going on, so maybe they'd be able to figure something out. Alright, UI, thanks for hanging out, man. Catch you later. And yeah, have a good one. Best comparison for Natlan would be like Wakanda from the MCU. I don't follow the MCU, so I don't know how accurate. I can't gauge for myself how accurate that comparison is, but I guess I'll take your word for it, or I guess I'll take your guys' word for it.
変えられない、逆らえない、受け入れる以外何もできないのが。
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't blame people for saying that, you know, oh, Natlan doesn't really feel like Teyvat. To me, it still does, but yeah, it's like certain things about Natlan, they specifically about the characters, definitely stand out as like, okay, so how did they get their hands on this specifically? What kind of these nuts?
占いとは人の決まった運命を正確に示すものです。行き過ぎた装飾はかえって人々の誤解を招くことになってしまいます。
But yeah, it's like, like, I'm just gonna say this right now. I'm not the biggest fan of how they handled the lore in Natlan, in this specific area. Other areas I'm not gonna talk shit on because obviously I didn't really follow the fucking story, but the fact that Malwika rides around on a fucking bike, in the context of like the rest of the Natlan people, like not even having any motor vehicles at all, I don't know. I guess the thing that bothers me the most is like how the fuck Zelena was even able to like figure out how to make these things. Like how the fuck did she figure out how to make a motorcycle? Like how the fuck did they explain that? Did they even explain it all? I don't even know. Thing that bothers you the most about Natlan tech is the level of players and NPCs have totally different tech levels. That bothers me too. However, after thinking about it, you can sort of attribute that to the fact that the technology levels that are required to make shit like Malwika's bike and Zealand's turntables and like Chaska's flying gun shit. It also applies in real life too. The more advanced your technology is, the harder it is to make it, right? And the more resource intensive it is to make that sort of technology. Like just think about phones, for example, right? If you just want to make a like a regular old flip phone, or like this really like those older fucking boomer phones, the boomer mobile phones, you don't really need that much technology to figure out how to make one of those, right? Compared to like a high-end smartphone that we have these days, right? It's so fucking complicated to make a modern day like 2024 2025 smartphone, like a fucking iPhone or something like that, or like your highest end like Android phone these days, whichever the latest model is from like Samsung or whatever. I kind of liken it to that, where the technology that's behind Malwika's bike and the turntables and Chaska's flying fucking gun, that's like, that requires level of technology and resource intensity, or like resource inputs that prevent them from like mass manufacturing them. So for everyone else, for like the mass consumer market in Natlan, assuming there even is one, they would have to settle for like, you know, they'd have to settle for stuff that's a lot less like input heavy. Because I believe the example that I was shown was that if you remember the people of the Springs, right? They're like they're like very musically inclined and shit like that. They make their own music and stuff. I think in some parts of the Springs area, like you can see like they have like these like gramophone type things, right? Or things that look like they're inspired by like real life gramophones, and that's how they make their music, or that's how they play music, I guess, more accurately. Their means of music production is very analog, whereas Zealand has a fucking turntable that's obviously digital, or whatever the fuck is the equivalent of digital in Natlan, or in Teyvat actually. So yeah, like for the technology levels for your everyday average Natlan citizen is nowhere near as high, and that's understandable, at least because obviously maybe the technology that's needed for like the higher end shit is just way too resource intensive, and Natlan doesn't have the manufacturing processes, the manufacturing capability to like produce them en masse yet. And that makes sense because Natlin is a very tribal, still a very tribal society, and they're only just now. It feels like anyway. They're only just recently starting to like dip their toes into like technology and like value added processes and shit like that. So like maybe I could see if Natlin were to like maybe establish a like an economic or like a trade agreement with like Fontaine, or like a more technologically advanced region, like say Fontaine, or maybe even Sumeru, then yeah, maybe they can work on making their higher end technology more readily available. But so far, I don't think they've discussed that. Actually, in one of our recent events, they were kind of like hinting at like how there are Natlin traders coming into Fontaine to like do business and shit. So maybe those are like the first little steps into some sort of economic agreement between Natlin and Fontaine. Maybe, I don't know. Classic Tuhu lore skipper take. I mean, you feel free to change my mind, bro. I had somebody on Discord try to change my mind on that. He wasn't able to. So I'd like to see a resident Genshin lore expert in chat change my mind. You could build a smartphone in game with a box of scraps, even. Who are you? Fucking Maguire? Or what's that guy's name? I forget. The whole Natlin region is immersion breaking as hell. I wouldn't go that far either. I wouldn't say it's immersion breaking. It's just certain points about how Natlin characters are portrayed, especially with the gadgets that they have. It kind of bothers me, but it's not enough for me to like rage about. Yeah, who are you, Tony Stark? It's all in the phlogiston, or whatever the fuck that energy source is called. Yeah, I've been explained. That's how it was explained to me. That other dude on Discord or whatever talked about like the whole fucking phlogiston shit, and how phlogiston is can be a potentially very dangerous energy source, and they can't make more technology because of that. But effectively, that doesn't change what I said earlier. Also, sorry, Jorchan, for ignoring your question earlier. In Zenless, you have Kalita, Rena, Grace. So you get one of their M1s to get a different character. Currently, thinking of getting Soldier 11 and her weapon. Soldier 11's not a bad choice, especially if you don't have Evelyn. I feel like especially if you want to deal with the Pompeii boss in Deadass, you're gonna need a pyro DPS. Of course, if you don't have Bernice either. So I guess if you're still in the market for needing a good pyro DPS, then Soldier 11 is always a good choice. Lycaon is also not bad either. Actually, technically I think Lycaon is at M0 he's the best perma character, I think, something like that. Then again, unless you have Vlad, or you're gonna pick up an ice DPS character in Zenless in the future. I guess you don't have to roll for Lycaon just yet. Because like usually if you want Lycaon, that means that you have an ice character that you're looking to use on a regular basis. Especially if you have Hugo. If you have Hugo and you want to make him work and you want to give him the best team possible, then yeah, Lycaon is the obvious choice. And if you don't have him yet. Am I ready to do that for Yishuan? Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, but I do plan on buying all the packs. So before before the patch comes up. So hopefully I'll have enough gems to roll for both Yishuan and her engine, and before I fucking lose a coin flip on both of them. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Knock on wood. Or sorry, that's not wood. Yeah, that's wood. The Wuwa Pyro Archon looks more like an Archon than an actual, than Malwika with the latex fucking bodysuit. Their outfits don't really bother me that much. At the very least, you know, Malwika wears the fucking biker suit because she runs around on a fucking bicycle itself, so that kind of makes sense. Again, my problem is more with that, like, where the fuck did she get her bike in the first place? Oh, and also doesn't help that I don't really care for Augusta in Wuthering Waves at all. She's not really my type at all. I don't really care for the whole Roman theme. I mean, it's nice that she has red hair, but it's not quite the same. It's not quite the shade of red hair that I like. I think Malwika's shade of red hair, it fits me or suits me better. Or I like Malwika's red hair better. Actually, let me double check. It's actually very similar, to be fair. Malwika's normal red hair, yeah, when it's not on fucking fire. Her hair color is actually quite similar to Augusta's. So technically, there's no reason why I shouldn't like that. But for some reason, I think Malwika's hair looks better compared to Augusta's. So that doesn't help. Oh, and also remember that I have a gooner brain, so I just like her bodysuit better, as opposed to Augusta, who's more traditional. Well, she's in the full fucking, well, not full, but she's in Roman like legionnaire garb or whatever. She's got the gauntlets, the greaves or whatever. She's got the tunic, and like I don't really care for that sort of aesthetic. It's cool, but not for me personally. You bet Augusta's pussy is wetter. You think so? And not the girl in a fucking literal bodysuit? Or in a literal fucking latex suit and she spends all day riding around a fucking bicycle? You think so, Deca? I don't know, man. Malwika found the bike in a fucking ancient ruin. Yeah, so where did that bike even come from, then? It's more like Zilo made her bike? Yeah, she's kind of like her mechanic, right? Because we know Malwika shows up, always has to go back to Zilo whenever she needs her bike repaired. Gladiator girls are freaky. Maybe they're bloodthirsty, but bloodthirsty is like the least freaky thing ever. With all that bike riding, you bet that shit all dried up. Nah, Deca, I guess you've never ridden a bicycle or like a motorcycle out of. Well, I've never ridden a motorcycle myself before. I've only ever ridden like bicycles. But like you ride around for long enough, and yeah, especially if it's hot out, and yeah, bro, that shit stank. I mean, you said you're Filipino, right? You should know all about that. But yeah, I don't like if people if there are people out there who are like, like I don't know, like why is Malwika wearing a fucking latex suit, in a game like Genshin? It's like, you know, I don't exactly question that. Yeah, why is she wearing a fucking latex suit anyway? Well, I mean the answer to that is obvious because she's a fucking biker, but like then the question becomes, where the fuck did she get her bike? And like, does Genshin give us a good answer for that, or is it simply because MiHoYo were a whole bunch of horny bastards one day and thought that, you know, putting a biker girl into their game was going to be a good idea? Who fucking knows? You still think Maoika's hot as fuck, though? I mean, yeah, sure. Dragon Society, before they got destroyed by the Abyss. Oh yeah, we've seen the Dragos, the advanced dragons or whatever. Yeah, because they show up sometimes. I think we saw our first one with over here in Xenoctic Land or whatever the fuck this place is called, Octonoct Land or whatever. We saw him. I think I remember seeing one of the dudes up here, up in the heaven area, but and then I think we saw more of them here when we first got here. So now that I remember what they look like, it's okay. Yeah, I guess they were the ones who developed it. Similar to the Forerunners before the Flood, which is another Halo similarity. But here's the thing. With Halo, it's already set into the far future. Right? Halo is set in like fucking, what, the year 2500 or some shit? So it's like, it's kind of weird to say, but it is more believable that, oh, you know, the Flood were... I think the Flood was what created the... Or the Flood was created by... the Forerunners, right? So it's like, oh, the Forerunners were an ancient fucking civilization, yada yada yada, that had super advanced technology from way back when. So it's like, it's weird to say, but it fits Halo better, because Halo's already set into the far future. So it's like, oh, okay, whatever. It's like, we're already pretty advanced ourselves. It's just we're just dealing with a more advanced ancient like robotic civilization or whatever the fuck, or like the remnants or whatever. It fits Halo more, I think. Whereas here, it's like, yes, there are similarities, but like, it's like the main thing about Teyvat is that it's more like magic bullshit, right? Well, again, like if you have technology that's advanced sufficiently enough, then you know it's indistinguishable from fucking magic, but still. The vibes are different. I guess technically we always had that underlying theme of like, oh, like Teyvat has been built upon the remains of ancient civilizations from like long ago, like 500 years ago or like millennia ago, but still. Like, to be fair, like, I'm not gonna lie, certain things about Natlan do genuinely feel like fucking Mihoyo just reached up their ass one day and just pulled shit out. It's up, we're working with this now. I don't know. Don't think that's been fully explained. That's why they're making Nod cry. Well, I mean, hopefully they explain some shit, but I guess we'll see what Nod cry has then. Also, Nikke Shift Up finally gave us a first look at their new Project Witches game called Project Spirits. Really? I think I heard about this not too long ago. I think maybe somebody might have even mentioned it like today or yesterday. Either way, this game is still gonna be like several years out from now, so we won't be seeing this shit for a while. Yeah, targeted for a 2027 release. Yeah, still gonna be a ways off. It looks like it looks like they're reusing the Destiny Child aesthetic, because I recognize its art style. This is very Destiny Child coded. I believe they used a similar art style for Destiny Child before, so I suppose this will be I guess this will be like the sort of spiritual successor to Destiny Child then, whatever like official name they end up deciding to go with later in like 2 years or so. humans weren't native to Natlan. They came somewhere else. They came from somewhere else more than a couple thousand years ago. Or you mean just not just Natlan, the humans of Teyvat? Oh, I see. I didn't know that actually. But I guess it makes sense in hindsight with all the fucking ancient civilizations that used to be, or that used to live on, or that used to occupy Teyvat way back when. Just pass Deadass. Yeah, we did Deadass. I did Deadass at the end of the stream yesterday. Because Finkel reminded me to do Deadass, so I was like, alright, fuck it, I'll do it. I guess I'll get it done now. What other gacha games would you recommend? You started with Genshin, moving on to Star Rail, now you're playing WoWa. Well, I mean, for the quad, you can start playing Zenless. Personally, I think that Zenless is the best gacha out of the top 4, out of the big 4 gacha right now. Out of Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless, and WoWa. So, I would recommend Zenless. Just be aware that the early game for Zenless can be a little bit tedious. So, just mentally prepare yourself for that. But especially if you really like Wuthering Waves, then I think you'll have a good time with Zenless as well. Other than Zenless Zone Zero, you'd have to like give me more details on what kind of gacha games you're looking for. Like what kind of genres do you like? Do you mind playing like a less popular gacha and you care more about how good the game is itself, or would you like to have would you like to be a part of a bigger audience, or like a bigger community, I guess, a more vocal community, I guess? Like, because at the moment I can recommend Zenless to you, and I can always recommend Arknights, but Arknights is a tower defense game. I don't know how much you enjoy tower defense, because tower defense is kind of is either an acquired taste, or you just kind of have to be autistic enough to like enjoy tower defense games. So it's definitely not for everyone. But Arknights and Zenless are 2 gacha games that I can recommend. Just to anybody, basically. You're just waiting for P5X yourself. Is it not out yet? I thought it was already out. I know it has a Japanese server already, obviously, but I thought the global server was already out. I guess not yet. Not yet, huh? You like the dodge mechanics, and so far you enjoy the story. You'll give Zenless a try. Yeah, if you really like mechanics in WoWa, then yeah, Zenless is also will also be a good one, because they also have very cool dodge mechanics as well, and it's really fun. It is different though, so there is still a reason to play both WoWa and Zenless. But yeah, give Zenless a try. Now's a good time because the 2.0 patch is about to show up for Zenless. So now's a good time to give it a try. P5X is coming out on June 26th for global. Oh, okay, so later this month. Summer Games says it's coming up and later this week, and Kuro Games is in there. You think it'll be a WoWa or a new game from Kuro? I don't want Kuro to make a new game. Kuro is nowhere near the size of MiHoYo. From what I can tell, Kuro already has their hands full managing both PGR and WoWa. I don't want to see Kuro make another game, at least for another 2 years. I want them to concentrate as many resources as they can to consolidating their position with WoWa before they move on to making a 3rd game. It's not that I don't want them to, it's that I think they're not in a position right now to make a 3rd gacha. Or just a 3rd game in general. Doesn't even have to be gacha. In my opinion, I think that Kuro should focus on developing WoWa for now, and of course PGR, because PGR has already been running for a while, and they should not think about making a 3rd game until a couple years later, when they've expanded enough, when Kuro Games becomes a big enough company where they can have multiple dev teams, just like MiHoYo does. And I'm sure I'm sure they've got plans to expand like that eventually, but I don't want them to do it right now. If they do, then I would think that they're expanding too quickly, too fast, or they're expanding too much, too fast. And I don't know how they can handle it, or I don't know how they'll be able to handle that shit. So if WUWA does have like a presentation in coming up in Summer Games Fest this week, then I just want them to do like a promotional video for the next WUWA patch, right? Just have them play the fucking 2.4 trailer. I mean, I think they will, right? Because fucking Jeff Keighley fucking leaked the Cartathia animations for us. So yeah, WUWA's definitely gonna have a slot in at Summer Games Fest. If they do, then I would imagine MiHoYo will too. Yeah, perfect timing too, because what MiHoYo can do is they can shill the 2.4 Zenless update. So yeah, perfect timing. I guess they could also shill Genshin too, because Genshin's about to get Skirk, and Skirk's quite a popular. Well, I imagine she'll be a very popular character. So yeah, they could shill both Genshin and more importantly Zenless. So yeah, no, I don't think it'll be a new game from Kuro. I think all they'll do is just buy a time slot to flex to shill their the 2.4 update. Arknight is one of the best gachas to get into. I mean, not just one of it is the best gacha in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Excuse me. Excuse me. Something got caught in my throat. You stopped Genshin because you're so far behind? Yeah, a lot of people are like that. Especially because Genshin doesn't have a fucking skip button, so yeah. Slogging through all the story you missed is gonna take fucking forever. You want Eunectes to wrap her tail around your throat? I think you also were gooning over Hoholheok earlier too. Honestly, valid. You got a guarantee on Skirk and her weapon if your 0.6% didn't ruin your 50 pity. Rip.
行き過ぎた装飾はかえって人々の誤解を招くことになってしまいます。
Hey yo, Egocentric. Hey, you came back. What am I doing? I'm just chilling. I'm about to end the stream pretty soon here because it's actually already 10 p.m. So now is about a good time for me to end the stream because I've already done a, 7-hour stream today. Just aura farming? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just hanging out with chat, just chatting it up. We're talking about all sorts of random ass things. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun. That and when your friend, whenever you jump into it, she'll ask you to stream for her, but then she'll make fun of you because you're still in Sumeru. I mean, you can just ignore her or you know, just try not to let that bother you. I mean, that friend kind of sounds like I don't know if that's technically what Tectone would do, but I don't know, man. If she's the type to like bug you to play Genshin just to give you shit because oh you're not even past Sumeru, it's like I don't know. I don't know what the dynamic is between you and that friend. Maybe you don't really mind it that much, but I mean obviously you do, because otherwise why did you list it as a reason why you don't want to play Genshin? But, I mean, if you're in Sumeru, yeah, I guess you're not that far away, technically. But, I don't know how far along you are in Sumeru's main story. Like, if you're near the end, then technically, you only have to go through one full region, which is Fontaine. And then you'll be in Natlan, no problem, but... let's say if you haven't even started Sumeru's main quest yet, then yeah, you're gonna have to go through both Sumeru and Fontaine before you reach Natlan, so... We were talking about Mauika's pussy very briefly, yes. They just sort of appear when you actually want the 4-star. We call that in the business desire sensor. You just finished it when you stopped. You don't remember. It's been a while since you played. Okay, if you finished Sumeru, then yeah, technically that's not as bad, because you just need to get through Fontaine and then you'll be in Natlan. So. And I think you can get Fontaine's main story done within like a couple of days, I think. Like if you were to really grind it out, grind out the story over a couple of days, then like you should be able to get it done within like a week at least. Well, I say that, but
決まった運命を正確に示すものです。行き過ぎた装飾はかえって人々の誤解を招くことになってしまいます。
Natlan story should be accessible even if you haven't done Fontaine. I mean, on that note, if you want to suggest that, I think all Genshin's main quest stories should be available for you to do in any order, to be honest. But, you know, MiHoYo will never allow that. They don't have Genshin doesn't even have a fucking skip button. What makes me think that they're ever gonna let you like pick and choose which main quest you want to start off on first? What do I think about Etheria restart? Apparently, from what I've been told, it's supposed to be a Chinese Epic 7. Complete with an RTA PvP. So if that's the case, then I'm not really personally interested in it. Other than that, though, I have no plans to play it myself. But you know, if it's good, it's good. So if anybody in chat is interested in Etheria restart, then hopefully it's got a smooth launch and hopefully the game's good. I believe it comes out on June 5th or whatever, so later this week. So we'll see. As far as you know, they only made it for Natlan. Oh, as in you mean that it actually already exists in Genshin? Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe I did. Maybe I just forgot that they made that a thing now. Huh. Interesting. Oh God. See. Oh, this is a really convenient place to leave off on this side quest or the world quest, because there's a teleporter right there. But anyways, chat, I think that's a good time to or a good place to end the stream. Nice chill day of Genshin, just grinding out Genshin. We got Kinich as well. Still have to figure out what kind of weapon I want to give him though. I technically do have a spare copy of Wolf's Gravestone. I guess I can give him that for the time being, which is gonna be kind of strange, but. Ugh, having to build another fucking DPS character though. That's gonna be lovely. Will we grind that new zone in Zenless? Then yeah, most likely. Or at least I expect so. And on Saturday we'll get started on the Mondstadt quest line. This thing right here, the paralogism thingy. But anyways. Let's see here. I will go ahead and raid Ruby. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Friday. Hopefully y'all will tune into Summer Games Fest later this week. because I expect to see quite a few gacha game announcements. I'm personally hoping for a lot of the newer gacha games to make some announcements. Hopefully Ananta gives us something. Maybe NT will drop us something too. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah. Anyways, boys and girls, take care, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed your weekend. And because today's Sunday, right? Yeah, today's Sunday. So yeah, we'll see you guys on Friday.